Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 5 SFA. Chapter 141 Summit War 7. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dad. 99. Dad. Daddy. 5. Dad. The pirates suddenly shouted. Come on. This is the captain's order. Whitebeard shouted. No matter how reluctant the pirates are. However, they already knew in their hearts that with Whitebeard's current physical condition, even if he runs away, he probably won't be able to live for long. Not to mention, at this time Marine, when there are top combat powers such as Sengoku, Garp, and Admiral. Now that I want to get out of my body, I can only say that it is too naive. Go. All go. Roared Margot. What? Whitebeard slammed into the atmosphere, and the Marine headquarters shook again. The Marines were unstable, and fell into the cracks one by one. Even if they could stand firm, they could not continue to pursue the pirates. Quote. Whitebeard suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Come on, kill Whitebeard. A Marine seeing Whitebeard seems to be dying, immediately raised the bazooka and blasted at Whitebeard. Boom boom boom. Immediately, the shells hit Whitebeard one by one. Hack him. A Marine soldier came over with a knife and slashed on Whitebeard's body. Clang clang. However, whether it was a cannonball or a sword, when it hit Whitebeard, it shattered or broke, and it didn't play any role at all. His body was covered with a layer of black. It's hockey. Our attack didn't work at all. 95. Whitebeard stared coldly at the Marines hopping in front of him, like a dinosaur watching a swarm of ants. Raised the clumps of clouds and cut, and suddenly swept away. Boo 1-1. The shock fruit ability was activated, a ball of seismic light flew out, and all the Marines along the way were wrapped in it. Boom. The ball of light flew into the ruins, bursting and shaking again, and the already fragile foundation suddenly began to collapse. Stop. Whitebeard. Advertisement. Sengoku slapped him and fought against Whitebeard. Boo. The vibration and shock wave collided, forming a terrifying storm, blowing everything within a radius of 100 meters. On the other side, the people fleeing. Most of the Marines were unable to catch up due to the cracks Whitebeard had made. But a few Marines were still in pursuit. Don't let them run away. Can kill one as one. 99. At this time, Marine was completely insane. It seems to have forgotten the meaning and purpose of this war, killing for the sake of pure killing. Looking for death. The pirates were enraged. No longer running away, reflexively killed back. In an instant, Marine, who was chasing after him, was completely wiped out. Act recklessly. Leaving a corpse on the ground, the pirates continued to retreat. Stop. Firefist Ace, and Straw Hat. Suddenly, a figure composed of magma flew through the crack. Killed. It's Akainu. Stop him. 35. Margot and Foil stayed behind, resisting Akainu's footsteps. Seeing that Ace and Luffy were about to run away, Akainu suddenly laughed. As soon as the Fire Fist Ace was rescued, he ran away. The Whitebeard pirates really gathered a group of cowards. 9. What? The pirates who were fleeing stopped in unison. Don't get caught in his obvious aggressiveness, run. Margao roared. But the captain is so virtuous, there is no way, Whitebeard is just a loser in the last era. Akainu's voice continued. Ace suddenly stopped and stared at Akainu with murderous eyes. Take me back what you just said. Losers. How dare you say that, Daddy? At this time, not only Ace. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates all stopped in unison. How dare you insult Dad? When Akainu saw that his aggressive tactics had worked, the corners of his mouth cocked up proudly. Fire Fist Ace. Although it's a bit inappropriate to say this from my Marine standpoint, your father Gold Roger is indeed a man worthy of being the Pirate King. But what about Whitebeard? Gathered a bunch of trash to hide in one place to be their own Mountain King, never dared to fight Roger to the death. Even if Roger died, he would not be able to dominate the sea. Such a guy is still being attacked all day long. Daddy! Daddy! Shouted. 5. Advertisement. To be honest, I feel sick for him. The captains of the various divisions of the Whitebeard pirates came over in unison at this time. Behind them are tens of thousands of pirates from the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu, you succeeded in provoking our anger. Really, if I just ran away today, I guess I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I'd rather die in battle than be laughed at as a coward. The pirates, who had no intention of fighting, were so excited by Akainu that they suddenly burst into battle. In the distance, Garp's pupils shrank. What the hell did this guy do? Is this going to ruin Marine's last fortune? Sengoku's face was also gloomy. Although he doesn't want to admit it, the pirates do have the upper hand, and the only ones who continue to lose will be us. Marine. Sakazuki, what exactly is in your mind? Crane Vice Admiral could no longer stay out of the matter at this time, and walked slowly into the battlefield. This guy is very clear-headed, but there is no word of failure in his world. Either kill the pirates or die in battle. Garp shouted. Then he can't decide the life and death of all Marines. The flames of war that had been extinguished were now rekindled. A hint of helplessness appeared on Whitebeard's face. What a bunch of disobedient children, they just can't control them when they grow up. As he spoke, a trace of relief appeared on his face. Children will grow up after all, and I have seen your bright future. Sengoku's expression changed, and he could feel an almost terrifying aura from Whitebeard. What are you going to do? A flash of light suddenly flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. You haven't seen the power of Sengoku, the awakening of shock fruit. 5. Awakening. Sengoku went into cardiac arrest. Thump. In the dark, there seems to be a heartbeat. Thump. This is the second beat. Thump. Drops of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Sengoku's face. Eyes fixed on Whitebeard's smiling face. You monster, what are you doing? Thump. Thump. Dong Yi. The interval between the sounds became shorter and shorter. Thump. Thump. At this moment, the Marines suddenly felt that the ground under their feet began to shake. It was like standing on a table with someone shaking the table desperately under the table. Advertisement. However, now this table is half an island. Clear distinctions. The little ones compare. The seabed suddenly spewed out magma firebombs. Obviously, the submarine volcano erupted. The headquarters flew to the sky. I saw that at the Marine headquarters at the moment, most of the islands flew into the sky. The ground on which the pirates stood was motionless, and most of the area where Marine was located was avalanches. Ice Age. Aokiji shot, freezing the tsunami again, and the sea in the distance. We are in heaven. Whitebeard, you're crazy, stop. Whitebeard bared his teeth with a smile. Good luck. The violent sea current, like a witch's hair, suddenly froze, forming a magical sea spectacle. What's the matter? Did I fall? As if some terrifying force overturned it. It's like the end of the world. Rumbling. Sengoku crashes and yells. Most of the island was overturned and slanted into the seabed. Da. Islands lift off, seas roar, volcanoes erupt. The pirates stopped and looked at their father. The world is quiet. Thump. No. Not right. Suddenly, someone collapsed and shouted. Suddenly, Whitebeard looked at the distant pirates. Marine is done, let's go. The other pirates followed suit. Margao said something lightly, and then ran towards the port. After Roger's death, I haven't met a real opponent for a long time. Whitebeard seemed to be reminiscing and looking back at the sky. The last sound. The sea set off thousands of waves, roaring and washing over. The rubble above, as well as the entire Marine, slowly rode toward the dark seabed on the sloping ground. The Marines found that the world was spinning before their eyes. Not only the island, but even the sea in the distance is like the hair of a furious witch, dancing frantically. Some are filamentous, some have become spherical, and some have formed terrifying shapes. Uzumaki. More sea snake eddies one after another. Chapter 142 Summit War 8. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard. Sengoku inserted one hand into the ground, barely letting his body slip. However, the other Marines were not so lucky. The fallen Marine, dead or alive, all fell downward. Fortunately, Aokiji froze the sea water, which saved the Marines from the suffering of submerged sea water. However, the people who were injured originally suffered this shock, and I don't know how many people could survive. Sengoku, Garp, and a few still moving Vice Admiral. At this time, they pointed the finger at Whitebeard. The battle between the two sides is imminent. Whitebeard's physical condition, after all, was too reluctant. In addition, everything was turned upside down just now, which consumed a lot of physical strength. At this time, he was really desperate. Every time he punches, it consumes his little remaining vitality. Gradually, all the sounds around seemed to disappear. It's been a long journey. In my mind, the scene of my youth appeared. When he first went to sea, he was a misfit pirate. Because he doesn't want treasure, he just wants family. Later, people began to gather around gradually. The number of people increased and eventually developed into the scale it is today. Boom. Suddenly, a fist hit Whitebeard's chest. Puff. He spat out blood. The chest collapsed. The remaining will is not enough to support him to use hockey. The last flame of life is already in jeopardy. In my mind, it seems like 100 years back to that sunny day more than 20 years ago. Have a good drink with Roger, the last opponent in your life. Hey, Newgate, would you like to know how to get to Raftel? Advertisement. I'm not interested in One Piece. 35. Ha ha ha. I know, what you want is family. By the way, you know what? Now Marine calls me Golder Roger, instead of Gall. D. Roger. Do you know why? Speaking of which, there is a teach on my boat, and there is a D in his name. What does this D mean? Boo. A shock wave crossed Whitebeard's defenses and hit him. Whitebeard took a few steps back and used his body to resist. And his attack stopped at this moment. Ho, ho, ho. His breathing was no longer rapid, and became weaker. Garp stopped and several vice admiral gasped and stopped attacking. They did not expect that in the face of this dying man, even if they exhausted all their strength, they would not be able to kill each other. What kind of monster is this? However, now the other party is no longer available. They watched Whitebeard die, and at the same time watched the end of an era. The era of Whitebeard is coming to an end. Do you have any last words? Sengoku stared at Whitebeard. Whitebeard took a deep breath. One Piece is real. Beej. This sentence resounded through the whole sea like thunder. In the distance, a surviving phone bug in Buggy's hands faithfully spread it out. And quickly set off a frenzy around the world. Nani? Sengoku's face almost contorted. What did this guy say? Isn't this sentence the same sentence that Roger said on the execution stand 20 years ago? At this moment, Whitebeard is dead. However, his body still stands, like an iron tower. There was a smile on his face, the smile of a winner. At this moment, the torch lit by Roger's hand 20 years ago is about to burn out, but it was ignited again by his own efforts and passed to the gate of the new era. Boys all over the world cheered and boiled. 20 years ago, the world government publicly executed Roger, intending to use the death of this man who turned the world upside down to establish their own majesty. Described as the most evil being in the world. Today, 20 years later, they attempted to execute Ace, cut off Roger's bloodline, kill chickens as an example, and end the era of great pirates. But they have forgotten the most important point: the inheritance of will not end because of the severing of blood. Advertisement. Goodbye, family. 35. Whitebeard's cape fluttered in the wind, his lonely back facing the ruined marine headquarters. He's dead, Garp said. Sengoku's figure returned to his normal form, as if he had confirmed Garp's words. At this moment, Whitebeard's death spread quickly like an earthquake. It caused a tsunami all over the world. Due to Marine's smearing of Whitebeard as a heinous villain. Describes the Battle of the Top as a war for justice. Therefore, the death of Whitebeard has brought a sigh of relief to people all over the world. It was celebrated like a festival. Great, Whitebeard is dead and peace is coming. You can live in peace in the future. This monster is dead, and we are finally free. However, people will soon realize that the death of Whitebeard will be the beginning of the chaos in the world. In the Battle of the Top, Marine's top combat power was lost by half, and the elite Marines from all over the world were seriously damaged. In particular, Sakazuki's provocation of the Whitebeard pirates resulted in the loss of 50,000 to 60,000 Marines that could have survived to less than 10,000. Marine, whose vitality was severely damaged, could no longer go out to sea to catch pirates, and could only hide in the base. And Whitebeard's last words set off the second era of great pirates. Pirates have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, but all the men who are a little ambitious choose to go out to sea, not only for the One Piece, but also for various and countless dreams. Marine has never looked up in front of the pirates since. In the distance, in the inner bay, the pirates in the white group fell into a sad atmosphere. Su Yi and Luffy are looking for a boat to go to sea. It's not over yet, Fire Fist Ace. And GM's son, Straw Hat Luffy. Akainu's figure enveloped the sky like a devil. You give me death. Ace was extremely angry. This guy blocked them repeatedly, and even insulted his father. Fire punch. Boom. The collision of flames and magma, and then the end of the battle. The captains of the White Regiment turned around and attacked Akainu. Kill him. Advertisement. Kill him. 35. Let him be buried with Dad. 39. And this scene was naturally broadcast live. Isn't the war over yet? Why are there still people fighting? This is the voice of people all over the world. The faces of the people who had already started to celebrate became frightened again. Obviously everyone is dying. Why are they still fighting? What is the meaning? Yes, people have forgotten the meaning of this war. It is only known that Whitebeard attacked Marine headquarters, but why did he attack Marine headquarters? Also, Marine is now so dead and wounded that there are few people left. And there are still so many pirates. Why is this Marine still fighting and provoking the enemy? Is he a fool? Idiot. He caused all this. It is clear that the war can be over. Because of him, so many people died in vain. My baby is right there. Woo. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. What else is there to fight in a battle that must be lost? Who is going to stop him? If the pirates come back, wouldn't the injured Marine be in danger? Originally, the Straw Hat is not Roger's son, but the dragon's son, but it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter, because both of them are the most evil bloodline. Great eruption. Akainu fights alone, facing all the pirates. Ace rushed to the front line, and the Fire Fist hit the opponent fiercely. Don't think that you are invincible if you are Logia, the magma can even be burned by fire. Chilla. Ace's hand really showed signs of burns. However, Ace's eyes flashed with endless killing intent, and his fist slammed into Akainu's right face. His fist was scorched to the bone, then the arm, the muscle, the blood. In the end, only half of the forearm remained. And half of Akainu's face was also distorted by the flames. Chapter 143 Go to Hell, Akainu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace smashed half of Akainu's face into shreds at the cost of burning an arm. His boldness made Akainu's heart shudder. At that moment, the Conqueror's haki emanating from Ace made him unable to move. What audacity to be Roger's son. And this, on the contrary, made him more determined to kill the opponent. You give me, that's enough. Suddenly, Su Yi's figure appeared in front of Akainu. In his eyes, there is a kind of madness that coexists with indifference and killing intent. Akainu insulted Whitebeard before, but he didn't say anything. Because he knew that to talk to the other side in this language was just inferior. Akainu angered Whitebeard for the so-called justice in his heart and sacrificed tens of thousands of Marines in vain. Although he was also very angry, he did not speak. After all, the positions are different. Now that Whitebeard is dead, the pirates have an absolute advantage, but the other party has to continue to hunt and kill. Is it true that they are easy to provoke by waiting for others? Akainu looked at Su Yi standing in front of him, half of his scorched face twitched, like a demon from hell. Boy, you should be damned too. Su Yi looked behind Akainu. Look behind you, is there someone else? Akainu didn't have to look back to know that there was no Marine behind him. Naturally, Shichibukai couldn't count on it. Seeing that Marine's defeat was decided, he retreated far away. Garp, Sengoku, and the surviving Marine soldiers. While rescuing the wounded, even Admiral Aokiji has lost interest in continuing to play. Su Yi transformed into a human beast form, covered in armament, and slashed towards Akainu. Roared. Do you think you are worthy of the word justice? Behind you. Boom. Akainu's fist to fist without hesitation. Boom. A wave of air spreads out. Boy, do you think it's amazing to know hockey? You're still young. Akainu said disdainfully, and also covered armament haki on his hands. Advertisement. Su Yi stared at Akainu coldly, and suddenly mobilized the mind power in his body. All of them were injected into the page of the sword and wolf fruit in the Book of Thieves. Kacha, Kacha, Kacha. Su Yi's clothes suddenly burst, and his body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Double, double, triple, quadruple, 5 times. His body quickly swelled to the size of a giant. Its zone's ability to run wild. Seeing Su Yi like this, Margao made a subconscious guess. No, he's still conscious. Roar. A roar, like thunder rolling, resounded through the sea. Su Yi opened his mouth wide, and a knife wind suddenly hit Akainu. Boom 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 boom. The ground disappeared, and a large hole appeared. The wind of knife was constantly cutting the ground. Akainu was shocked to find that there was a trace of Conqueror's haki in the wind. Even if he is covered in armed color, he will still be cut by countless swords. Did the anger get overwhelmed that led to the Conqueror's leak, or something else? At this moment, Akainu couldn't dodge and could only resist. Go to hell, Akainu. Su Yi's breath was incomparably long, and the blade wind blasted through the ground, through the island, through the rock formation, and blasted Akainu into the stratum of unknown depth. But this didn't stop. Su Yi's roar continued. Go to hell, Akainu. 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 35. Call. The roar stopped. The world returned to silence. In the distance, Aokiji's face was drenched in cold sweat. Both Sengoku and Garp looked shocked. Su Yi is like a monster in the demon world. In front of him, a large hole 10 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. The edge of the large hole is melted rock formations. Advertisement. This is not the magma of Akainu, but the heat generated by the continuous friction of the blade wind to melt. A dark red passage leads directly to the ground. Su Yi doesn't know if there is hell in this world. But he knew that Akainu had gone to hell. Cough cough. He suddenly coughed violently for a while. A big mouthful of blood spit out. The body gradually shrank, the muscles cracked inch by inch, and blood was oozing out. The transformation just now put his body under too much load. At this time, it suddenly recovered and collapsed suddenly. Save him! Mar shouted loudly. Immediately, a group of captains of the White Regiment came forward in unison. Put Su Yi on a stretcher and start to escape. Look for a ship that can go to sea. Integrate the wounded, and arrange several captain-level combat power for each ship. Wait, look. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were attracted by something. It was a huge figure. Oz. It turned out that it was little Oz who had been knocked out by Garp before. At this moment, he stood up, walked into the sea step by step, lifted a warship, and pushed it in front of everyone. Everyone, come up. 99. Everyone boarded the ship in unison, and if one warship could not fit, then 2. Little Oz boarded his own largest ship in the world that could hold him. Seeking flowers. The war is over. 99. Everyone's heart is a little heavy. Dad died, and they seem to have had a backbone removed. Moreover, many companions died, and their bodies were too late to bring back. Most importantly, as soon as the 4 emperors died, a corner of the New World collapsed. The other pirates, the 4 emperors will definitely do something. Those islands that have lived peacefully under the Whitebeard flag for decades will be engulfed by war. Advertisement. With their strength, it is impossible to stop the 4 emperors' footsteps. Not even the deterrent of Whitebeard. What? In the distance, Ace, who was receiving first aid, let out a scream. He was burned by Akainu abruptly, and there were additional burns on his body. It's good to be alive. Luffy has nearly fainted from crying. Shanks lost an arm to save him. Point 0. Now my brother Ace has lost another one. And it was in front of him, watching the other party throw it away. This feeling of powerlessness makes him miserable. I want to get stronger. Get stronger. Get stronger. I want to protect all the people I cherish, and stop you from being bullied. Back then, Sabo's death was vividly remembered. Ace gritted her teeth and held her last breath, a smile on her face. Didn't I say, Luffy, I'm not going to die? Luffy wiped his tears, forced a smile, and nodded vigorously. By the way, how is Su Yi's situation? Margao went to the doctor and asked. It's okay. His resilience is amazing. Basically just inject some nutrient solution into his blood. 99. That's it. That's great. Margot laughed. Well, everyone, listen to me. Margot shouted suddenly. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at him. The ship doctor in this team, a man who has always been gentle. After Whitebeard's death, there was a hint of responsibility as the captain of the first team. Dad is dead, that's the reality, but there's a harsher reality waiting for us. 9. Everyone listened quietly, extremely earnestly. Margot's face was serious. Father is the four emperors. A corner of the four emperors collapses. There will inevitably be someone competing for the new throne and will come to annex our territory. Father worked so hard to protect the peace and tranquility of these places during his lifetime. This is also his responsibility and obligation to us. The Whitebeard pirates will not be disbanded. The will of Whitebeard will be inherited by us. The prestige of Whitebeard will continue to be spread by us, and the glory of the Whitebeard pirates will be guarded by us. This era is called Whitebeard. Van. Chapter 144 Red Hair debuts. Akainu's body is found. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine headquarters. The war is over. The smoke has not yet dissipated. A ship stopped silently at the port. When the Marines who were standing guard at the port saw this ship, their pupils immediately shrank to the size of a pinpoint. Quick! Go and report to Marshal Sengoku. Something big has happened. How can this happen, even though the four emperors Whitebeard has already been killed? Why the hell, aren't they still in New World? It's over. It's over. This time we're completely over. Are you ready to wake up? The other party is the four emperors. The bow of the ship is a western dragon and dragon head, the pirate flag is a skeleton with two knives, and there are 3 scars on the left eye of the skeleton. New World 4 Emperors, Redhead Shanks. Oops, here comes the redhead. Here comes the redhead. It's over, we can't take a single Whitebeard, and now there's another 4 emperors. I don't want to die, how can I fix it? The Marines, 103, now have no courage to fight, and stand in place one by one, voluntarily making way for these people. The 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks pirates, arrive at Marine headquarters. Among the 4 emperors, Red Hair is the youngest, and his pirate group also has the highest average bounty amount. Each crew member is very reliable, known as a pirate group as strong as an iron barrel. Aren't they still playing against Kaido in New World? How could they be here all of a sudden? It's too fast. What puzzled the Marines was that before the battle with Whitebeard, they had already received news that the Kaido pirates who wanted to slay Whitebeard were blocked by the Red Hair. In fact, everyone felt that Kaido wasn't trying to kill Whitebeard. Advertisement. Instead, in the name of crusade against Whitebeard, in fact, he wants to join forces with Whitebeard to fight against Marine headquarters. Fortunately, nothing like that happened. Otherwise, if the 4 emperors joined forces, Marine would have already been destroyed. Shanks came to the iconic Big Crack. From the inner bay to here, the ground is still relatively intact, but going forward, it is a hell scene where the ground is cracked and the sea is turbulent. Moreover, most of the island where the Marine headquarters building was located was completely overturned at this time, and was slanted into the seawater, which looked very spectacular. Shanks looked at the scene in front of him and fell into a long silence. Is this what happened after Whitebeard went crazy? It was spectacular. 95. Sengoku in bandages, Garp eating senbei, and Crane Vice Admiral all walked over at this time, followed by a few Vice Admiral who could still fight. What are you doing here, Redhead? Sengoku doesn't think that the Redhead wants to continue fighting Marine, after all, from what they know about the Redhead in the past. Red Hair is also considered a moderate among the 4 emperors, and will not take the initiative to conflict with Marine. And if the war is going to start, it will already start at the beginning, and it will not wait until now. Garp stared at the Redhead. The man who led Luffy to the pirate's path. If it wasn't for our disadvantage now, I would have wanted to beat you up a long time ago. Crane Vice Admiral said to the surrounding Marines, this is a conversation between big men. You go to treat the wounded first. 9. Marine soldiers suddenly felt amnesty and fled one by one. It's terrifying, and it's a lot more sharp-edged than Whitebeard. I heard that the Redhead is famous because of his hockey, and it doesn't look fake. However, since the other party is not here to fight, then I will be more relieved. It is worth it to be able to see the four emperors with my own eyes. I used to clamor for something stupid like defeating the four emperors, but now it seems that I was really at that time childishly ridiculous. 9. The redhead looked away from the ruins in the distance and looked at Sengoku and Garp. I'm going back and forth for Whitebeard's body. As soon as this statement came out, the Marines present were all shocked. In particular, several radical vice admirals said in unison. Advertisement. Impossible. Whitebeard is a vicious pirate. How could it be possible for you to take his body away? Do you know how much we sacrificed to kill him? This war is our Marines' victory, and the defeated general, Whitebeard, naturally wants to hang his head and warn the world. 35. The red-haired pupils shrank. Although hockey is not used, a spirit is exuded, putting several vice admiral into cardiac arrest for a few seconds. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. At that moment, they felt like they were almost dying. I don't care who the winners and losers of this war are, but I won't allow anyone to insult Whitebeard's body anymore. That's my bottom line. Saying that, he drew out the saber from his waist. If any of you have objections, we can talk in detail. Of course, it is impossible to chat. Looking at the posture of the red hair, it seems that it is a posture that anyone who refuses to accept will start a fight. You are robbery. Several radical vice admirals suddenly gritted their teeth with hatred. But helpless. They don't know what the strength of the red hair is, but since it is the four emperors, it can definitely turn this place upside down. What's more, at this time, their Marines have suffered heavy casualties, and it is impossible to fight another decent war. I will give you Whitebeard's body, Nyen Sengoku said. Soon after, watching the redhead take away the coffin containing Whitebeard's body, Sengoku and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy, didn't he fight Kaido? Why did he suddenly come here? 9. Garp wasn't in the mood to eat his senbei anymore, he just felt a heavy heart. In this war, the casualties were too heavy. Advertisement. He can already predict how earth-shaking changes will take place in the world pattern in the future. Sengoku said. The new world is even more magical and bizarre than the Grand Line. Have you ever been there? Don't forget that the pirates who have been to the New World call the first half of the Grand Line a paradise. This shows how incredible the world is there. Crane Vice Admiral said. After Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard pirates should also be disbanded. In order to compete for Whitebeard's territory and the position of the new four emperors, an unimaginable battle will break out there. Let the pirates fight. Anyway, it is impossible for us to go to New World in a short time. Garp said. The crowd is silent. The loss of this war is really terrifying. 100,000 Marine elite soldiers from all over the world died in this battle, more than 50,000 people. More than 30,000 people have been seriously injured and are being actively rescued, but even if they can be rescued, most of them may not be able to continue to be Marines, so it is equivalent to losing more than 20,000 people. The rest, all lightly wounded, barely intact Marine soldiers. After that, the vice admirals, the veteran vice admiral are sturdy. Basically they are all minor injuries, only a few of them are serious injuries. One of them was also steeled by Suyi with the fruit ability, and now it's only 4.9 a landlubber. And the less experienced vice admirals, who were not lightly injured in this war. Even 2 people died, and then there's Admiral. Since Kizaru went to the New World, he did not participate in the war. Aokiji participated in the whole process, but only consumed a lot of physical strength. In terms of injuries, the most serious one was the one when Whitebeard used his shock fruit ability to fly away, causing a rib to break and minor internal bleeding. With Admiral's physique, it only takes a few days to rehabilitate his ribs. And Akainu is dead. Report. Akainu Admiral's body has been found. 35. Suddenly, a Marine soldier who was missing an arm approached, the report said. Let's take a look, Sengoku said. The Marine soldier seemed hesitant. Are you sure? The appearance of Akainu Admiral's body is a bit terrifying. Many soldiers who have seen it have vomited out, and the appearance. It's really horrible. Chapter 145 The Evil Crawling Out of Hell. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The crowd was silent. Akainu's final fate is to anger Suyi. Was blown to the ground by the knife wind. The terrifying blow directly penetrated the formation and created a bottomless pit in Marine's headquarters. In order to rescue the Akainu who may still be alive, the Marines tried their best, and finally tied all the cables of the warship together, put the people in the hole, and searched bit by bit. Finally, in an unknown depth, Akainu's body was finally found. And the Marine soldier, at the first sight of Akainu's body, had a nervous breakdown. After that, no matter how many soldiers went down, they all vomited out. In the end, the veteran with firm willpower was allowed to go down, and his body was transported up. When Sengoku and others saw the appearance of Akainu's body, everyone was shocked. Even though Garp and other shinobi who were used to seeing the wind and waves and saw death a lot, were shocked by Akainu's tragic situation at this time. The skin on the whole body has disappeared, and the blood scab on the surface of the body has solidified, and it looks like a mummified corpse. Wait, he still has a voice. Suddenly, Garp sensed something with his sense of sight. Although very weak, he seems to have a silver lining. 55. The Marines were shocked. Being injured like this, how can you survive? However, even if he survived, how should he appear in front of others in this 14-year-old appearance? A devil with no skin on his body and a disfigured half of his face on the right side. They can already imagine that there will definitely be a demon admiral in the Marine in the future. No, it's Vice Admiral. Because Sakazuki repeatedly provoked the pirates this time, Marine suffered a lot of unnecessary casualties. Advertisement. Sengoku has asked the above for instructions to revoke Sakazuki's position as Admiral and let him return to Vice Admiral. Although the approval document has not yet come down. However, the result is certain. None of the Marines who survived now did not hate Sakazuki. Many of their friends, and even themselves, suffered unnecessary torture and even died because of Sakazuki's actions. In other words, now he has lost his heart. Treat him now. No matter what crime he is guilty of, he must survive before punishing him. Sengoku is still selfless. Sakazuki is a top-notch fighting force no matter what. It's best to survive. However, looking at him like this, even if he survives, he should rest for several months, and his strength is estimated to be regressed a lot. Garp said. By the way, Marshal Sengoku, I haven't told you before that there was a message from Impel Down. The Blackbeard gang who broke into Impel Down have now been suppressed by him, and they are now being tortured. Suddenly, a Marine soldier ran over and said, really? Luckily he didn't let the villains on the 6th floor out. Sengoku said to himself. No, according to Magellan's intelligence, it is said that the criminals on the 6th floor have all lost their shadows for some reason, and they have never come out again. Marine soldier's face showed a schadenfreude expression. No shadow. Masaka. Did that guy from Moria do it? Sengoku's face changed. Moria suddenly left before the Summit War, saying that there was a problem with her ability. Now it looks like it's just his excuse. His real purpose should be the shadow of the powerful criminals in the underwater prison. It's really hard to do. If he uses those shadows to make zombies, it's tantamount to releasing all the criminals on the 6th floor. 39. Sengoku covered his forehead. Well, but these have nothing to do with me. The position of the marshal is really difficult. Take this opportunity to resign. By the way, there are 3 vacancies in Shichibukai, and we have to find a way to make up. Advertisement. Wait, I'm not ready to resign. Why would I subconsciously consider Marine's future? Quote. Really, this habit really can't be changed. Garp on the side suddenly took out a bag of senbei from his pocket. Well, after this time, I'm also going to quit my job. Speaking of which, Sengoku, what do you think of Demon Hunter Suyi? Sengoku sat on a fragment of the wall, with Erlang's legs raised. It has now been determined that he destroyed the control room that activated the surrounding wall, that he also caused the annihilation of the pacifists, and that the cannons used for defense on the city wall were all his handwriting. 35. He nearly killed Akainu in the middle of a fight, Garp added. Ah, this kind of person is too dangerous. Although Akainu has been injured in the previous battle and consumed a lot of physical strength, but to be able to beat Logias him like that, the opponent's haki is very strong, and he is still very strong. Rare zone Eudemon species, and has been able to stay awake in the case of Rampage. 35. Anyway, He has grown to the point where we cannot underestimate him. Garp suddenly laughed. Well, anyway, compared to the four emperors, it's still far behind. 35. Sengoku looked gloomy. Indeed, the four emperors are no longer in the category of so-called geniuses or powerhouses, but monsters. Whitebeard is 72 years old, and he is still injured, so he almost destroyed this place. If it were replaced by that, if three guys come, the outcome is uncertain. 99. Garp's mouth cracked. I guess my old bones have to be explained here. After Su Yi and Luffy bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates, separated from Ivankov et al. In the end, only Su Yi, Luffy, Jinbei, and the Empress who came after them were left. Well, Luffy-kun, are you really going to the bottom islands of Sabayati? Jinbei looked at Luffy. At this time Luffy didn't have many injuries, just a little tired from the fierce battle. Su Yi looked at Luffy, who at this moment seemed to be hesitating. I just want to get stronger, Su Yi said suddenly. Everyone looked at him. Some at war. After seeing so many masters, you will feel more and more insignificant, and there are three monsters similar to Whitebeard in New World. If you want to become One Piece, you will not become stronger than them. I'm afraid not. Luffy's eyes flickered. In my mind, the scenes of the Sabayati Bottom Archipelago emerged. Advertisement. With the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, entering the New World is like a group of ants entering a storm. Hard to move. If that's the case, why don't you stop and rest for a few years to exercise your own strength? Otherwise, it would be unpredictable to meet the four emperors again. Su Yi continued. Luffy looked at Su Yi, and the scene of Su Yi defeating Akainu reappeared in his mind. And my own powerlessness in the face of Admiral. It seems that everyone can use Haki against Logia. And you can only use conquerors, and it doesn't have much effect on the real strong conquerors. I've decided, I want to get stronger. Luffy clenched his fists. The screams of Ace's broken arm still echoed in his ears. The corners of his eyes gradually became wet, and the tears flowed out like a stream. I don't want to let the people I cherish get hurt like that again. Ace him, he almost died. I want to become stronger, 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 strong enough to protect anyone, no matter Admiral or four emperors. No one can take away the people around me. Su Yi, teach me Haki. Su Yi waved. I refuse. Everyone. Hey. The atmosphere that was very moving at first disappeared suddenly. Why? You're so stingy. Luffy spat. Speaking of Haki, I'm not very skilled myself, so let a more professional person do it. Don't you know Uncle Rayleigh? As the right hand of One Piece, he should be the most suitable person to teach you. Also, I have to practice myself. Luffy was instantly motivated. Yo shi, then let Uncle Rayleigh teach me. Su Yi said. Before that, let's inform others about this, using a secret code that only we know. Chapter 146 Wild Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In order to inform my companions who flew all over the world about the 2-year suspension of practice. Luffy, Jinbei and Rayleigh are back on their journey to Marine headquarters. Luffy will be there to mourn the dead Ace and Whitebeard. At the same time, the 3D2Y words on the arm are displayed to the world through newspaper news. And this content, only Straw Hat crew can understand. Su Yi started planning her 2-year trip. Very good, how should we plan the 2-year vacation? Su Yi opened the world map and glanced at it. Maybe I can go back to East Blue and meet the people I met along the way. I can be considered homecoming, right? Or, you can go to the other 3 sea areas, after all, you have never been there. 99. By the way, you can also go back to Twin Points and take another route, 35. Or should I go to New World first? Just as Su Yi was planning. The newspaper delivery seagull suddenly dropped a newspaper. Newspapers reported the Battle of the Top, which shocked the world, and Whitebeard's death. The report wrote about Ace's life experience, as well as Luffy's life experience. Both have the most vicious blood in the world. It can be imagined that Ace's life should be difficult. The son of the former pirate King Roger, this is bound to attract some pirates to take refuge. At the same time, some people will beat him. And Ace lost another arm. Its combat power is bound to decrease, but not much. In the original book, Aokiji has a broken leg, which can be replaced with ice cubes. Ace can also restructure his arms with fire, which is the benefit of Logia. However, this is bound to be very inconvenient, and you have to use your own fruit ability at all times. Therefore, Ace is likely to go downhill and never recover from this. But it's also possible to get stronger. Also, using the Mera Mera fruit ability for a long time will increase the chance of Ace's awakening. Su Yi retracted his thoughts. Continue to read the contents of the newspaper. Advertisement. Whitebeard died in battle. The Whitebeard pirates suffered a heavy defeat. Hee. As expected of Marine, Su Yi rubbed his chin while watching. However, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates died in battle, and the Whitebeard pirates were not a complete victory, at most a tragic victory. It also mentioned the appearance of GM Army Kadri Ivankov on the battlefield, and the criminals who escaped from Impel Down. Seaman Jinbei was disqualified from Shichibukai. Akainu stepped down as admiral. Seeing this, Su Yi realized that Akainu was not dead. He even survived after being hit by his sword knife move. He remembered that he seemed to have knocked Haki out by accident. However, he didn't care. A defeated general, even if he survives, he will still be his defeated general. Demon Hunter Su Yi's participation in the Battle of the Top created a huge obstacle to Marine's victory. Seeing this, Su Yi suddenly saw his new wanted notice. $1 billion Baileys. It doesn't add much, really not much. Not to mention that he destroyed the control room, causing the encirclement wall to fail to activate properly. Just destroying all the pacifists who were ready to fight was enough to increase his bounty, and, in the end, he defeated Akainu even more. This record is enough to increase his bounty by several hundred million. But he can also guess the reason. The fact that Akainu was defeated by him must not be rumored, otherwise it will disrupt morale. After all, Marine is claiming victory to the outside world. After all, admirals have been defeated, how can people believe that you can win? However, Su Yi was very satisfied with the bounty. This is his true strength in his normal state now. To be able to defeat Akainu to such an extent, it needs to consume a lot of his psychic power. This is his trump card, and it must not be used easily. Then, Luffy's bounty. From the original 400 million to 500 million. Luffy's own strength is not very bright, and it is inappropriate to raise the bounty rashly. However, he showed Conqueror's Haki, and revealed that he is the son of the GM Army Chief Ryu. These 2 points are enough for him to raise the reward of 100 million. However, the following content of this report is very intriguing. Pirate Hunter Su Yi ate the Zone Devil Fruit. 35. Newcomer with the fastest bounty increase in a short period of time. Advertisement. The most promising newcomer to be promoted to the 4 Emperors. This last sentence will bring countless enemies to Su Yi. You know, some pirates like to cause trouble the most. There are people who want to bring down the 4 Emperors. And for him, the most likely person to be promoted to the 4 Emperors, he naturally has the courage to provoke him. You don't need to guess to know that this content is definitely the work of some unscrupulous reporter in the newspaper. The purpose is to incite topics and public opinion and make your newspaper more popular. However, as a crew member of the future One Piece, how could Su Yi take the position of the 4 Emperors in his eyes? Ignore them immediately. Immediately, he saw a small headline. The original 7 warlords of the Sea Blackbeard have been revoked as Shichibukai and are now being held in Impel Down. Blackbeard arrested. Su Yi couldn't help but smashed his mouth. All I can say is, great job. He even wanted to give the Magellan guy a One Piece Best Warden award. There is no doubt that instead of being demoted, Magellan will be promoted. Although he let go of all the criminals from the 1st floor to the 5th floor, the most important criminal on the 6th floor was guarded, and he also caught a Blackbeard. Just a few members of the Blackbeard pirates are definitely more threatening than the sum of all criminals on the 1st to 5th floors. Moreover, Blackbeard is the fuse of this battle of the top. If Marine wasn't stupid, based on his bizarre behavior, it could be inferred that he was the mastermind behind the battle of the top. And this is another great achievement. If Blackbeard is imprisoned, who will the new 4 Emperors be in the future? Su Yi started to think in his heart. First of all, the strength of this person must be strong. Secondly, the power of the opponent must be strong. But there was no such candidate in his mind. It seems that New World will continue to be noisy for some time in the future. Su Yi closed the newspaper, lost in thought. Well, don't think about it for now. During the Summit War, Su Yi saw the power of the wolf fruit. At the same time, he also has expectations for more fusion fruits. Parts of one side of the island are small towns, and the rest are vast forests. Alone with a small boat, Su Yi accidentally came to a small island near the Sabayati Bottom Archipelago. Advertisement. Su Yi's eyes flashed, and he opened the door to the fruit space, and took out a devil fruit illustration book from it. Caught you. It's really nice, a great place to go on vacation. 99. I actually saw a wild devil fruit. However, stop the boat at the pier. What appeared in front of Su Yi turned out to be a strange fruit. He grabbed the thing that was peeping at him. Shock fruit. Nani. What the hell is this? 35. Su Yi kept turning the pages, and suddenly his eyes stopped on a name. Masaka. This is devil fruit. The next moment, he suddenly teleported and appeared behind a big tree in the distance. Su Yi looked suspiciously in the direction of the line of sight he had just looked at himself. And his pupils also shrank. Is it an illusion? It's good, why can't I perceive anything? Su Yi felt that her mind power was likely to break through soon, and it was crucial to find a place where she could relax both physically and mentally. I didn't see anything. The whole body is white, with strange patterns. There is a small town here. That's. Therefore, not many people know that the town exists. Slamla. Suddenly, Su Yi's eyes noticed that someone seemed to be peeping at him. The town is a relatively remote place on the Grand Line, because no matter which road it is, it will eventually lead to the Sabayati Islands. Whoosh. Since this was the first time Su Yi saw the wild devil fruit, he was very interested. Let me see what kind of fruit this is. He has already decided that no matter how rubbish the fruit's ability is, he must collect and keep the tiles well. Su Yi walked to a high point in the center of the island, overlooking the whole island. However, among the fruits in his hand, after removing the useful ones, the remaining ones that can be used for fusion seem to be unable to fuse any useful abilities. Not come to this town. Chapter 147 Auction Shock Fruit, steal the ability back. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The first time I encountered a wild devil fruit, it turned out to be shock fruit. Su Yi was stunned. What kind of luck is this, or are you cursed? He looked up at the top of his head and found that the tree in front of him was actually a fruit tree with some fruit on it. It can be seen that after Whitebeard's death, shock fruit was reborn on this unnamed island closest to Marine's headquarters. Because Blackbeard is still impelled down, so Whitebeard's ability has not been taken away by him. However, what exactly is that feeling of being spied on just now? 35. Su Yi looked at shock fruit on the ground. Suddenly I felt a strong attraction coming from the fruit in front of me. Tempted him to eat it. No, I can't eat it, I don't want to become a landlubber. Su Yi forcibly suppressed his inner impulse. Then, put the shock fruit into the space of the door fruit. I don't know who will eat this fruit. If I find someone in this small town and let him eat it, and then I steal my ability, it will be like turning a person into a landlubber, Su said. Yi thought to himself. He didn't want to do it. However, if he steals this ability and then lends it out, he is not very willing. Shock fruit's ability, but Paramesha's top ability. He himself aspires to have it. Just find a guy who is annoying and tenacious, and let him eat it before stealing it. Su Yi thought to himself, he already had a suitable candidate. Sabayati Bottom Islands. 103 Since the battle on top. Marine's strength was greatly reduced. Marine's troops in the Sabayati Bottom Islands have been withdrawn a lot. The original peaceful atmosphere here has gradually disappeared. Gradually became chaotic. Because of what Whitebeard said before he died. The One Piece is real. As Roger said at the beginning. Advertisement. Men all over the world have been inspired to go out to sea to find their dreams. Although the pirates from all over the world will not be able to get here in a short time. But the number of pirates who were already in the Sabayati Bottom Islands has increased. The reduction of Marine makes the pirates unscrupulous. Dare to appear on the boundaries of Marine's jurisdiction even in broad daylight. Ha ha ha, I want to go out to sea to find the big secret treasure. I want to become the pirate king. Little ones, give me a whole ship. Grab it for me. Grab it for me. There won't be marine at all. Marine has been crippled. What's the victory? It's just a lie. Do you really think the Whitebeard pirates are so vulnerable? Really? How come so many pirates have emerged recently, and the thing has provoked marine? Wait. Look, what is that? Celestial dragons. Get down on your knees. Suddenly, when the pirates were making a fuss, a celestial dragons appeared in the street. What is celestial dragons? Lousy is right. I am the man who once killed the royal family of a country. What an idiot. The royal family in your eyes is not even a fart in front of celestial dragons. If you anger celestial dragons, Marine headquarters will send Admiral to clean you up. Straw Hat Crew, why do you not know? It is because their captain fought celestial dragons. Some pirates are just stunned and don't know the horror of celestial dragons at all. The others around were persuading me with persuasion. However, these people are not fools after all, they are all very clever. After fully understanding the horror of celestial dragons, one by one, they still knelt down obediently. When celestial dragons approached, everyone heard his voice talking to himself. It's really messy and dirty. This place is getting worse and worse. That guy named Whitebeard died when he died, and he said One Piece. I laughed so hard. I didn't expect that people would actually believe it. If it was true, if there is a One Piece, it also belongs to me. 35. As celestial dragons walk by, a group of pirates spat in disgust. Is this the world aristocrat? It's really arrogant, and in front of so many pirates of us, he walked over with a big swagger. But that's their prerogative. I really want to punch him like the Straw Hat Boy, but I don't want to die yet. Hee hee. I guess you can't even beat the bodyguards around celestial dragons. 35. What did you say? Are you trying to find fault? Just when a few pirates were noisy. Advertisement. Suddenly, a man hurried over. Big event. Big event. Heavyweight items appear at auction. What? A group of pirates suddenly stopped in unison. It's devil fruit. The secret treasure of the sea. After eating it, you can get devil fruit with superpowers. Nani? A group of pirates suddenly became excited. Devil fruit. That is the legendary East Beach West. After eating it, you can get the power of the devil. It is said that almost all supernovas got such high bounties because they ate devil fruit. And in New World, if you don't eat devil fruit, you're too embarrassed to hang around there. And, if it's zone's devil fruit, you will gain unparalleled strength, endurance and resilience. If it is paramecia, it will get all kinds of strange abilities. If you are lucky enough to eat Logia, then congratulations. You are invincible. No attack can damage your body. For a group of pirates, this is all they have seen. In their eyes, devil fruit is the ladder to the pinnacle of life. If you are lucky enough to eat it, it will be worth your whole life. Go and see. Devil fruit should be expensive, right? It is said to be several hundred million. Hee hee. We are pirates. How can pirates buy it? Of course, whoever is so powerful grabs it. Ha ha ha. Curiosities auction. The seats were all filled by now. Hearing that devil fruit was for sale in today's auction, people who were not interested in this kind of auction immediately. At this time, they also rushed over. Even if they can't afford it, even if they just look at it. After all, it is a legendary thing, and it is good to have a look. I heard that it is a very rare ability. But I see the expression of the boss here seems a bit strange. I don't know if it is a liar. Advertisement. Strange. What's so strange? It is said that the boss here is covered in cold sweat, as if something terrifying happened. So, after all, according to legend, devil fruit is the fruit that hosts the devil, but now he has to blatantly put it up for auction. He must be afraid that the devil in the fruit will come out and take revenge on him. Could it be that devil fruit really has a demon in it? I don't know, just heard. I'm really looking forward to seeing you soon. Just when people were talking, suddenly, at the gate of the auction, a figure walked in. Celestial dragons. There are celestial dragons coming. It seems that devil fruit can no longer be ours. The celestial dragons would not be able to compare financially. Tisk tisk, I'm starting to be a little curious, how high the price of this fruit can be sold by celestial dragons. At this time, the auction has just started. Everyone was seated, with celestial dragons in the front VIP seats. Yoshi. Everyone. Today's auction is very special. In order to prevent accidents, we put the blockbuster auction in the first place. Yes, it is devil fruit. Saying that, the staff lifted the white cloth covering the fruit. A glass showcase was exposed, and a devil fruit lay quietly inside. This fruit. The moment they saw this fruit, the eyes of some people present suddenly widened, as if they had seen something incredible. Isn't this shock fruit? Everyone is shocked. Behind the curtain, Su Yi quietly watched the seats at the auction. It was him who provided devil fruit. All he has to do is auction off the shock fruit and then steal the power back. In this way, the money is in place and the ability is in hand. Chapter 148 The Anti-Pirates spotted at the auction. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is shock fruit. You can't be wrong. I have read the devil fruit Pokédex, and the shock fruit on it really looks like this. Big news. Whitebeard's shock fruit has turned up at the Sabayati Bottom Islands auction. But, it should be bought by celestial dragons. After all, this is shock fruit. If you eat him, will you become the most powerful person in the world? Don't be stupid. Whitebeard is not the strongest man like shock fruit. There is no strongest devil fruit, only the strongest devil fruit ability. Have you heard of the devil fruit Roger ate? Never heard of it. It seems like people of their time didn't like to eat this stuff. Just when people were talking. The auction has already started. 1 billion Baileys. Celestial Dragon suddenly stretched out a finger. With an overwhelming advantage, he quoted his own price. 1 billion Baileys. Celestial Dragon's Lord bid 1 billion Baileys. Is there anything higher than this? 39. The staff suddenly shouted loudly. Just kidding. A billion Baileys, that's enough to buy a small country. Although I have heard that devil fruit is expensive, it is too expensive. 35. But this is shock fruit after all, so it should be worth the price, right? It seems that I heard the sound of sucking cold air around. The corners of Celestial Dragon's mouth were raised, extremely proud. Hee hee, a bunch of pariahs, guys who haven't seen the world. A billion Baileys are scared to be like this, it's really a gaffe. Is there a higher offer for 1 billion Bailey? The staff shouted excitedly. Hurry up and finalize it, it's impossible for anyone to bid more. Really, how could anyone have more money than Celestial Dragons? Are you wasting everyone's time? The people present were a little unhappy and complained. They like to show off their assets on weekdays. As a result, Celestial Dragons is now showing off to their heads, making them unhappy from the bottom of their hearts. Advertisement. However, they were unhappy, but they did not dare to resist in the slightest. That's Celestial Dragons after all. Yoxi, since this is the case, then I will. The staff said and was about to finalize the price. DAJ. At this moment, a man in a cloak in the corner suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. I give 2 billion Baileys. Wow. There was an uproar. On the one hand, it was because someone actually bid 2 billion Bailey for a devil fruit. On the other hand, it is because someone dares to raise the price with Celestial Dragons, which is obviously impatient. What a bunch of idiots. Shock fruit is priceless, a bunch of short-sighted frogs in the bottom of a well. The man in the cloak muttered to himself, sitting like a boss, and his tone was full of disdain. Next to him was a man also wearing a cloak, sitting in the same posture as a big boss, and he didn't take the so-called Celestial Dragons in his eyes at all. Well, as long as we don't fight Celestial Dragons, Admiral won't shoot, right, so even if we piss off Celestial Dragons, we'll be fine. 99. Really? When did the people of our pirate group need to act so low-key? If this is known by the other two pirate groups, we must not laugh out loud. Forget it. We came out with a secret mission this time, so don't worry about it. But it's really lucky. I came across shock fruit by accident. Yeah, if I buy this back and give it to my mother, I wonder what reward we will receive. 99. Two people, you talk to me, you don't put other people in your eyes at all. Below, Celestial Dragons sees their bid being held down. Immediately, he stretched out 3 fingers. 3 billion Baileys. The man in the cloak opened his mouth without hesitation and shouted, I will give out 5 billion Baileys. 99. We don't seem to have as many as 5 billion, do we? Idiot. Just call mom directly or else. That's right, but would mom agree to pay $5 billion? You're such an idiot. Just grab it when the time comes. Hey, I heard it. The two of you just said you wanted to grab it, right? Celestial dragons looked at the two cloaked men sitting behind. Advertisement. Raised a bazooka. Dare to bid with me. Go to hell, a pariah. Boom. The bazooka was launched, directly blasting the area where the two cloaked people were located, a piece of flame. Ah, run. Murder. On fire. Celestial dragons put down the bazooka. Okay, 3 billion Baileys, okay. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Okay, since no one has an opinion, then the deal is done. With that said, he hammered the hammer. Thump. Auction is over. Celestial dragons got the devil fruit as they wished. Backstage, Su Yi directly got over 3.9 billion Baileys. Put it in the space of the door fruit. That's a lot of money, faster than a robbery. Immediately, he looked at the place where the two cloaked men were sitting. Those two guys don't seem to be ordinary people. Should be a member of the New World Big Mom Pirates. Dot for flowers. It turns out that the attitude of the Big Mom Pirates towards celestial dragons is not because they are afraid of celestial dragons, but because they are afraid that celestial dragons will attract Admiral, so if there is a general here, they should dare to fight celestial dragons. Steal. But then Su Yi shook his head. If Zhongxing suddenly appeared in such a place. Fear of being besieged by Admiral. Therefore, Zhongxing should generally not leave New World and act alone. Celestial dragons got the shock fruit and walked out of the auction hall as they wished. This thing is worth 3 billion Baileys, why does it feel a little bloody? Celestial dragons looked not very smart, looking at the shock fruit in a small box. In the distance, Su Yi saw this scene and sighed in his heart. Advertisement. He even took out devil fruit blatantly. It can only be said that this celestial dragons is too stupid. Point 0. Doesn't this give other people a chance? Sure enough, along the way, passers-by saw the boxes in the hands of celestial dragons' bodyguards, and their eyes almost popped out. Is that devil fruit? 35. Looks like it's still shock fruit. Whitebeard's shock fruit, how come here? By the way, isn't Whitebeard dead? His shock fruit should have been reborn. That's true, but it's too much to fall into the hands of celestial dragons. After all, Whitebeard is a dignified and powerful man, and he did not expect his ability to fall into the hands of celestial dragons. Brush. Suddenly, a shadow flashed out from the darkness. His target is the shock fruit in the hands of celestial dragons' bodyguards. At this time, the celestial dragons did not notice anyone appearing at all. And so did his bodyguards. Boom. In the nick of time. A bullet suddenly shot out from the slanted ground. Knock this shadow to the ground. Celestial dragons looked, and suddenly saw a pirate lying on the ground with a painful face, and blood spit out of his mouth. Ah, are you here to snatch my devil fruit? You're a goddamn pariah. You should die for me. Celestial dragons stayed for a while, then reacted, took out a bazooka, and shot the unknown person with one shot. Dead and alive pirates were bombarded and killed. Afterwards, celestial dragons clapped their hands. Leave the bazooka to your bodyguard for safekeeping. It seems that shock fruit can't be taken out casually. Many people are staring at him. 5. Celestial dragons put the lid on the case. Who should I give this fruit to? Or is it better to take it back for collection? Secretly, Su Yi was getting impatient. Can't wait to rush forward and force feed it to celestial dragons. Chapter 149 Special Zone, Egg Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Really? I can't stand it anymore, let's do it. In the dark place on the other side, the two people hiding under the cloak had run out of patience. Hey, you two, don't ruin my good deeds. 35. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the two of them. When appeared, the two cloaked men turned around in unison, and looked at Su Yi, who suddenly appeared behind them and the others. At this time, Su Yi appeared with his own face, so they recognized Su Yi at once. Identity. Summit War participants. The Straw Hats are the crew of the bandits. Demon Hunter Su Yi. The two of you said one sentence to another, and reported Su Yi's identity as if they were talking about crosstalk. Hey, you say that like I'm some kind of big guy. Su Yi frantically complained about the behavior of the two. But the two cloaked men continued to talk on their own. According to the gossip, the man, 103, is a tricky character who defeated Akainu. Furthermore, it is said that several of the Backman Sengoku arranged to deal with the Whitebeard pirates were destroyed by him. Su Yi sighed deeply. You're not finished yet. The two were still chattering. Damn it, how could a billion pirates be in a place like this? What a misstep, it looks like there are more contenders for shock fruit than we thought. If you keep talking, celestial dragons will run away. Su Yi said. The two suddenly looked at the street below. Sure enough, the celestial dragons had run away. Hey, absolutely can't let the shock fruit get away. Advertisement. The two suddenly looked at Su Yi. Really, it seems that I can't hide it any longer. In order for you to understand who you are fighting against, let's reveal our identity. Woohoo. The two took off their cloaks, revealing their true identities. One is a lion man with an explosive head, pink clothes and sunglasses. One is a man with 2 long legs, but Kabuto has half a shell in his lower body. The 4 emperors, Big Mom Pirates, Pokermus, and Baron Egg. Oh hoo, it looks like 2 heavyweight characters. Su Yi pretended to be surprised. HMPH, you know what you're afraid of. This uncle is a member of the anti-pirates. If you know what you're looking for, you should retire quickly, or if your mother finds out that you dare to grab shock fruit from her, your mother won't let you go. Do you know the horror of being targeted by the 4 emperors? Pokemus tried to convince Su Yi to give up the fight for shock fruit. However, the two of them at this time did not know that Su Yi had already set their sights on the fruit ability of the two of them. One is tortoise fruit and the other is egg fruit. Both are zone, and Su Yi is clearly more interested in the latter. Egg fruit can make egg shells appear on those who are capable. Once the body is attacked enough to split open, the body becomes resurrected from the inside and takes the form of a chick. After another such attack, it will split open again, and the rooster form will hatch from the inside. And every incubation, the strength will become stronger. After evolving to the rooster form, if it is broken again, it will return to its original form. Then, continue to evolve. Of course, this ability has a fatal flaw. That is, every time the eggshell is broken, it needs to turn into a shell shape and wait for a period of time to hatch the next shape. If it is interrupted during this period, the fate can be imagined. However, Su Yi is very fond of this ability. If it fuses with other fruits, I don't know what it can evolve into. Perhaps, it can fuse the phoenix fruit. Advertisement. After all, a brand new body hatched from the egg shell, like a phoenix reborn from ashes. If you are afraid, get out of the way for us and don't hinder us. 35. Baron Eggy shouted. Hee hee, since I'm a member of the Big Mom Pirates, then I can't let you get shock fruit. Otherwise, wouldn't the strength of the Big Mom Pirates continue to increase? Isn't that blaming yourself? Su Yi walked towards the two of them step by step, and the expressions of both of them became solemn. They have all seen the video records of the Battle of the Top. However, there are few pictures of Su Yi fighting. After all, only 3 phone bugs were used to record the battle scene in the Battle of the Top. Not every picture can be captured. How can it be repaired? Fight with him. Let him grow into the power of New World Pirates. 35. One of the two killed Su Yi with a high-speed spinning kick, and the other grabbed Su Yi with their sharp claws. One is the fur tribe and the other is the long-legged tribe. It's still a long way off. Su Yi chuckled lightly, and suddenly grabbed the arms and legs of the two at a very fast speed. Then, with a force, they smashed together. Boom. Quote quote. It's going to be broken. My egg is going to be broken. Well, they both wore sunglasses and couldn't see each other's eyes. However, he also gave the tortoise fruit to Pokemus. This guy is an ally in the later stage, and the tortoise fruit is useless. Kill him. The two immediately prepared to pursue the celestial dragons. Looks like we've been saved. Of course, he was wearing sunglasses, so no one could see his eyes at all. Baron Pokemus Egg glanced at each other, and he could see 4.9, but he couldn't see each other's eyes. Advertisement. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been caught off guard. But Baron Eggy suffered, and was hit by the turtle shell at an extremely fast speed, and a crack appeared immediately. It doesn't matter. Anyway, grab shock fruit first and then talk about it. Saying that, he dodged and disappeared in place. It's time for this guy to eat shock fruit, so he won't have a lot of sleepless nights. But it doesn't matter. The two looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The result of relying too much on hockey is like this. Even if I am wrapped in hockey, my fist blade is much sharper than your sword, and your fur can't resist my fist blade. Su Yi shook the bloodline on the fist blade. Well, I won't play with you guys anymore, I'm going to get shock fruit back. Immediately, he looked at the celestial dragons walking down the street below. How come? I used armament hockey. Very sensitive to the capture of human movements. Clang. Poof. Originally, one attacked with claws, and the other used kicking skills, but now he suddenly changed his attack thinking. Su Yi rubbed his chin. Like yes, we can't beat him. Pokémon's eyes widened and he was extremely shocked. The two suddenly exerted force, one bowed and used a roundabout kick, and the other pulled out the long sword in the cane and stabbed Su Yi. Egg fruit and turtle fruit have already entered his hands. Wait, where's your eggshell? Now 40 kinds of fruit abilities have been collected, but there is no system prompt. It seems that 50 kinds of fruit abilities are needed for new changes. 995. Suddenly, Pokemus discovered a problem. Baron Eggshell's eggshell was missing. He suddenly put down the feet of the two of them, and then squeezed his fists with both hands, and the fist blades grew rapidly. At the critical moment, Pokemus used his tortoise fruit ability to protect himself by the tortoise shell. In the distance, Su Yi opened the Book of Thieves. With two voices, Pokemus' legs overflowed with blood, which was cut by a fist blade. On the other hand, Baron Eggy's long sword was shattered, and it was as brittle as an ice cube. However, Su Yi's vision is like a prophet of unknown. Chapter 150 Fruit Fusion, Target Phoenix Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Celestial Dragons was still shopping slowly, unaware of the tragic fate that was about to come. Really, Trash Marine, father and sister have not been found for so long. Celestial Dragons remembered his two missing relatives. At that time, when he was told that his two relatives were missing, he did not feel much. I just feel like the person around me who I can talk to has disappeared. And now, if there is any difference, that's probably because it's more lavish when it comes to spending money. It cost 3 billion at once, which is incredible. When I go back, I must let others see this devil fruit. This is my family's collection. 95. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a hand had already stuffed the shock fruit he was scrutinizing in his hand into his mouth. Ooh, he said something indistinctly in his mouth, but accidentally bit a bit of the peel of shock fruit, and an extremely unpalatable taste poured into his taste buds. Puff puff. Vomit. Puff puff. Puff vomit. Puff puff. Celestial dragons suddenly started to vomit frantically, like eating shit. And Su Yi quickly moved away from the other party after touching the other party's body. Stop. Who? 14 inches. Celestial dragon's bodyguard spotted the enemy, and immediately a finger pistol hit the direction Su Yi was just standing. However, Su Yi has long since disappeared in that direction. Without catching Su Yi, the two quickly checked the situation of their master. At this time, Celestial Dragons has already vomited. But still very weak. What bastard, let me eat this thing. 35. With a sad and indignant expression on his face, I can't play in the swimming pool anymore, woo woo woo. As he said that, he burst into tears. But after crying for a while, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, this is the most powerful devil fruit, what is his ability? 99. Between thoughts. Advertisement. He suddenly remembered the scene of Summit War he had seen before. Soga. That's right. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his fists and slammed into the air in front of him. Feeling a lot of physical strength being drained from the body, Celestial Dragons is full of confidence. You can do it, use your best punch. Click the card, wipe the card one by one. Air braking. The passers-by stared at the scene in front of them with wide-eyed eyes. The bodyguard of celestial dragons also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The pirates and bounty hunters who were watching secretly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Are you going to reproduce Whitebeard's abilities? However, celestial dragons only smashed a piece the size of the mouth of the bowl. The resulting vibration was just a strong wind blowing up some dust on the ground. Nani. Celestial dragon's eyes almost popped out, his chin hit the ground, and his snot came out. Shocked him for 100 years. What I see in the video can obviously destroy the world. 55. He looked unlovable. What? It turns out to be the most rubbish fruit. At this moment, passers-by, peeping pirates, and bounty hunters all saw this scene. Of course, they didn't laugh at celestial dragons overreach. All they care about is shock fruit from beginning to end. A celestial dragons, eating the shock fruit, gains the ability of Whitebeard. The news spread like an explosion. Blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Advertisement. New World. Ghost Island. Kaido, who is drinking, has a sad expression on his face. Really, Whitebeard's death feels so lonely, one less old friend in this world. At this time, he answered the phone bug. Shortly after. Nani. 35. Whitebeard's shock fruit was eaten by an incompetent celestial dragons. A mace slammed hard on the floor, and the floor suddenly shattered into cobweb-like cracks. Meanwhile, Cake Island. Ant 4 emperors also received the same news. Mom, Whitebeard's shock fruit was eaten by a celestial dragons. Nani. Get me that celestial dragons and I'm going to eat it. Somewhere on Spring Island, on a tender green meadow, wild flowers of various colors are blooming, and the spring breeze blows, giving people a feeling of relaxation and joy. The black crowd gathered here, and the red-hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates stood together like never before, offering condolences to Whitebeard. Redhead, I really don't know how to thank you. Brother Xiao Ma wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at his father's tombstone, with his father's saber, Kong Yunchi, and his cloak, next to his favorite wine gourd. Well, Whitebeard is my captain's friend. I've fought with him more than once, and he's a respectable opponent, the redhead said, turning to leave. At this moment, Ace on the side took out a phone bug from his pants with his left arm. What's the matter? After a few seconds, his pupils shrank. What did you say? The redhead who was about to leave suddenly stopped. Celestial dragons, it looks like this is trouble. After he finished speaking, he kept walking away. Only the Whitebeard pirates were left in shock. Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement. The 5 elders discuss the emergency that has just arisen. That man's death still has such a big impact on the world. It's just a paramecia fruit, it's not shock fruit but Whitebeard. However, if such a dangerous fruit spreads out, if it is eaten by dangerous guys, it is very likely that new 4 emperors will appear. Even now, there will be no new shock fruit capable people for at least a few decades. And it is very likely that new ones will appear. Shock fruit will regenerate in Mariajoy. On the table of the 5 elders, there is a wanted notice. The picture above is exactly Blackbeard. This guy has actually escaped from prison. Like Shiki at the time, he broke his leg, but Shiki cut his leg, and he bit it with his own teeth. What a lunatic. What the hell did that guy Magellan think? That he only locked one leg of Blackbeard, and that such a major mistake could have happened to him. 107. Some small uninhabited island near the Sabayati Islands. Su Yi sat cross-legged, opened the Book of Thieves, and browsed the abilities inside. In addition to the special abilities that have been borrowed and other special abilities that cannot be fused, Su Yi can currently fuse the following abilities. Squirrel Fruit, Slippery Fruit, Exploding Fruit, Sand Fruit, Dice Fruit, Thorns Fruit, Mole Fruit, Dachshund Fruit, Cheetah Fruit, White Elephant Fruit, Giraffe Fruit, Shadow Fruit, Tone Fruit, Straw Fruit, Causal Fruit, Magnetic Fruit, Allosaurus Fruit, Cow Fruit, Madara Horse Fruit, Koala Fruit, Rhino Fruit. Madara points Dog Fruit, Turtle Fruit, Egg Fruit, Shock Fruit. His goal was to fuse the Phoenix Fruit of the legendary Phoenix. If he can use the power of Phoenix's Nirvana rebirth, perhaps he can become stronger through Nirvana again and again, or save his life when he is on the verge of death. The egg fruit is the core. As zone, add a Logia and a Paramecia. One must have fire-related abilities. But Logia Suyi can't take Ace's Mera Mera fruit, and Akainu's Lava Lava fruit is still in Akainu's hands. The next step is to steal Akainu's Lava Lava fruit. But now there is no Lava Lava fruit, Suyi can use explosive fruit instead. After stealing the Lava Lava fruit, it will decompose and continue to fuse. As for Logia, he will not add it for now. So, after the Sword Wolf fruit, Suyi's second fruit fusion began. Egg fruit plus exploding fruit. Chapter 151 Rare Beast Species Bursting Egg Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Fusion. After choosing the two fruit abilities, Suyi began to fuse. There were two lights of different colors in front of them. The red light belonging to the exploding fruit. It belongs to the yellow light of egg fruit. The two rays of light intertwined and gradually merged with each other. After a wave of energy fluctuates, a fruit with a new shape appeared in front of Suyi. The whole fruit looks like an egg, but the egg is brown-red and covered with bright red cracks. It looks like a bomb that is exploding, and it may explode violently at any time. Suyi looked at the introduction to this fruit in the Book of Thieves. Zone Rare Beasts Burst Egg Fruit. Popped egg fruit, as the name suggests, is an egg that can explode. And its zone, which means that Suyi needs to turn herself into a jerk. Then self-destruct. What kind of power is this? Suyi stroked his forehead, feeling that the veins on his forehead were showing. However, he finally tried the effect of this fruit. Amazingly, the so-called eggshell turned out to be himself. When he activates his ability, he will feel as if he is wearing a layer of clothing, and there is a feeling of breaking free from this layer of clothing. Jump. The next moment, Suyi exploded. The landslide was like a landslide, and the air waves generated by the explosion directly blew the nearby trees and rocks, and the dust was flying. When the smoke cleared, what remained in place was a large pit. Suyi stood in the middle of the explosion, the ground around him disappeared, and a bowl-shaped crater appeared. On the other hand, Suyi has shrunk in size, but nothing else has changed. Of course, if the body shrinks a little, then his strength also shrinks. Advertisement. After about 10 minutes, his body shape suddenly returned to normal size. It turns out that means that the number of times this ability can be used is limited, and the power of self-destruction will gradually decrease, and only the power of the first time is the greatest. And with each self-destruction, the size is shrinking, and the strength is also weakening. This ability is really amazing. Suyi thought it was very funny. He believes that there is still much room for development in this ability. For example, increase the consumption of physical strength, and increase the damage of the explosion during the first explosion. Suyi felt that if he did his best, he would probably be able to blow up the island. However, this ability is obviously only effective against a large number of enemies. When facing an opponent with strong single combat capability, it is somewhat stretched. The most important point, the concentration of power is not enough. If Suyi can control the explosion within a certain range, for example just detonating a piece of eggshell and so on, or hug the opponent, and then self-destruct, or take off the eggshell and lock the opponent inside to explode. In just a few minutes, Suyi has come up with several development approaches. Or, take off the eggshell and control the eggshell to fight. In this way, in theory, like a Russian nesting doll, it can be nested layer by layer. Get a bunch of puppets that look like you. Also, each puppet can explode. Immediately, Suyi began to practice. Devil Fruit's ability is tested by imagination, and Suyi is also exercising his imagination by doing this now. After some attempts, his guesses just now were basically fulfilled. And this also proves that Suyi's understanding of Devil Fruit is far beyond ordinary people. But, Suyi finally denied the fusion fruit. On the one hand, what he wants after all is the phoenix fruit. In addition, after all, this fruit is only a fusion of two abilities, it is definitely not as good as three fruits. Next, the target is Akainu. 35. Advertisement. Suyi looked into the distance and activated the Nine-Tails Fox fruit, turning himself into a passerby face. Then, it turned into an arc and disappeared in place. After a dozen flashes, he came to a marine branch. Parked near Marine's branch, and soon after, Suyi activated the door fruit, opened a door, entered the branch, and then stole a suit of Marine's clothes and put it on. Ah, that's all it takes. 35. Su Yi is very satisfied with her results. Although Nine-Tails Fox fruit can change clothes. But after all, the real clothes are more detailed. After that, things were very simple. Su Yi wandered around the marine branch as a marine, eavesdropping on marines chatting while hiding his identity. Have you heard that the new marshal has been settled? Oh, it looks like Marshal Aokiji. Ha ha ha, you already added the word marshal to the name of Aokiji. While cleaning the yard, Su Yi continued to sweep the floor near another group of people, while overhearing their chat. Ah, there are too many people who died in this war. Our branch sent 800 people, but only 200 came back, and more than half of them were disabled. I heard that it was Akainu's responsibility. The pirates had already planned to retreat. He insisted on continuing to hunt and kill the pirates. As a result, the casualties increased. Akainu is no longer admiral. I heard he was seriously injured and is still receiving treatment at Marine headquarters. Ah, it is said that people who pass by his room can hear the heart-piercing screams. The sound is like the wailing of evil spirits from hell, which makes people feel chills in their hearts. That guy, it deserves it. Shish, silence, you can't say such things. Marine headquarters, he thought to himself. He immediately found a permanent pointer to Marine headquarters. Temporary tents were set up on the flat island. At this moment, the Marine headquarters should have lost its powerful combat power. Because the slope island is still under construction, outsiders cannot enter. After all, Marines are rampant everywhere, and Marines are short of manpower, and they can't stay in the office leisurely to recuperate. To enter the Marine headquarters, you have to climb the slope island and climb up the stairs one by one, and finally you can climb to the top. Advertisement. The pier is near the sea, to Jiao. Take pictures of the ruins of war. Su Yi listened quietly, and gradually moved away from this place. Then, he took off Marine's clothes and left here with the door fruit. However, Su Yi can only say that they are geniuses. Akainu. Su Yi moved in his heart and locked his target. The people who screamed were in pain as if they were being cut with a knife all the time. Standing in the air, overlooking the Marine headquarters below, Su Yi saw an island split in two. Then, the other half of the intact island, the inner bay, was filled with soil, resulting in land. I don't know what the people who designed these buildings thought. Suddenly, he heard something. It is used for training on weekdays, as well as the location of pre-war mobilization. Now Luffy and the others are on their way to Marine headquarters. After dozens of teleports, he successfully came to the vicinity of Marine's headquarters. The half-seat was slanted into the sea water. The only level land on this slope island became the school ground for the Marines. Su Yi felt that the island could be called Slope Island. Then, activate Thunder Fruit's ability and fly in that direction. Su Yi was in the air and had a panoramic view of it all. This is a dangerous place. Incredibly, Marine did not abandon the island, but built on the trend, building buildings on the slopes. However, at this time, a large number of reporters and others have gathered here. Aokiji and Kizaru should not be staying at the headquarters. It was a horrific scream. Formed a large slope. So, this is an opportunity for Su Yi. Chapter 152 Reintegration, Nirvana Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's an incredible scene, it's hard to believe it was caused by humans. A reporter was taking pictures with a camera, and the object of his pictures was naturally the slope island not far from him. Whitebeard's last rage before his death threw half the island into the sky. This scene was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. In people's conception, an island is a solid earth that can withstand severe weather such as storms. Can even grow crops on which countless generations have lived. But now, there is actually a human being able to overturn the island by himself, and this kind of shock can directly hit people's hearts. What? No matter how powerful you are already dead. A male reporter suddenly laughed disdainfully. Seeing the people around him looking at him with strange eyes, the humble self-esteem in his heart was satisfied. Suddenly hummed. While Whitebeard's death could open a whole new era, your death would only be a waste of a coffin. At this time, One person said something lightly, and walked over from here without stopping. In an instant, the male reporter's expression changed. The people around laughed all of a sudden. In their hearts, although Whitebeard is a pirate, he is still a character. How did it become nothing in the mouth of this person? Seeing this person being scolded, everyone was a little relieved. You guy, are you finding fault? The male reporter caught up with the person who just spoke. 35. 107. The man turned his head and looked at the male reporter. One eye stares at each other coldly. In an instant, the male reporter felt his hair stand up. The whole person sat down on the ground and was overwhelmed. And the person passing by was Su Yi. He continued towards the tent area ahead. Advertisement. What? Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded. Did you hear that? Akainu was wailing again. It's terrifying. Since he woke up these days, he's been screaming non-stop. Without painkillers, he can't even sleep. It's too penetrating. I don't want to stay here any longer. I'll go crazy if I stay here. Let's just die. Isn't this suffering? I heard that he seems to have been chanting the name of a man named Su Yi. It's too scary to be targeted by Akainu. Who is this person? You don't know. Su Yi is the one who defeated Akainu in the Summit War. There were very few people who could see that scene at that time. I happened to be one of them. Listen carefully, that scene was a wonderful one. As Su Yi walked, she listened to the conversations of the people around her. Finally, he came to Sakazuki's tent. 2 marine soldiers were guarding, and the screams from inside had stopped. Su Yi was not in a hurry, but waited silently outside. A short time later, a man dressed as a doctor entered the tent, and a few minutes later, hurried away again, seemingly to deal with the other wounded. Su Yi continued to wait, and after a while, he slowly disappeared into the darkness. Through the observation of the door fruit space, he saw the scene in the tent. On a bed, there was a man covered in bandages. There were really bandages everywhere, and there was not a single trace of bare skin. It looks like Akainu is seriously injured. And he was still screaming. He was in severe pain all the time, and the pain even prevented him from sleeping, and he could only rest after injecting painkillers. But often in the middle of the night, I was suddenly woken up by severe pain in my deep sleep. Su Yi watched quietly, finally letting him discover a pattern. Doctors enter Akainu's tent every 3 hours. So, before the next injection of painkillers to Akainu, Su Yi knocked the doctor unconscious, changed into the doctor's clothes, and entered Akainu's room. When injecting painkillers into Akainu, he switched the painkillers to normal saline. Then, inadvertently, touched Akainu's body. After that, he left the tent. What? Advertisement. Akainu's screams grew louder. Without painkillers, his pain continued to increase. When the doctor woke up, Akainu had fainted from the pain. And Su Yi, who had already succeeded, left the Marine headquarters with Shishiren. Entering the tens of thousands of armies, gaining the ability of the enemy generals, is like finding things in a bag. It was him that said. This time it should be fine. 99. Su Yi looked at the newly added lava fruit ability in Book of Thieves. He breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Marine headquarters, he found an uninhabited island overseas. Su Yi took a day off. The next day, he unfused the Bakugan fruit, and then fused the egg fruit, lava fruit, and karma fruit. The reason for adding causal fruit is Su Yi's temporary intention. He felt that the Phoenix Nirvana needs more than flames. And the power of metaphysics. And the word cause and effect seems to meet his requirements. With a flash of light, the lights of the 3 devil fruits merged together. Gradually formed a new fruit. This is a fruit that looks like a bird's nest with an egg in the nest. It has a unique pattern that belongs to devil fruit. Very bizarre and peculiar. Gives a magical feeling. The phoenix fruit can heal wounds instantly, almost equivalent to the ability of undead. Call out. The only downside is that this move takes up to 5 minutes to launch. And in this flame, the eggshell shattered. And Su Yi's Nirvana fruit completely burns everything, whether it is injury or fatigue, it will disappear, will also fully recover. It is so. Advertisement. His hands turned into wings, his feet turned into claws, his sharp mouth was covered with a layer of feathers, and every feather had a peculiar pattern, even on the bird's beak. However, even so, the phoenix still has to consume physical strength to recover from the injury. Regardless, use it first. With a bird chirping, Su Yi unfolded a pair of bird wings, and the whole person turned into a bird form. A scorching area formed around it. And the new birth in the midst of destruction is Nirvana. Nirvana. Su Yi's heart moved. Once interrupted in the process, it will be very dangerous. Hoo. His body melted into a dark red light, and the light condensed into a bird's egg. Su Yi activates the power of Nirvana fruit. Su Yi finally understood the effect of Nirvana fruit. A chick emerged, rose in shape against the storm, and quickly turned into an adult phoenix. Su Yi let out a cry, and the flames all over his body burned violently, melting his entire body. Chirp. The terrifying heat emanating from the egg directly melted the ground and turned it into magma. As for the color of the feathers, it is the color of the feathers of the flamingo. This obviously doesn't look like an animal's name, but it belongs to Zone Devil fruit, and it's also a Eudemon species. Then Su Yi's Nirvana fruit flame is the fire of destruction that burns everything. Because Su Yi, who was in the egg, couldn't move, he could only be beaten passively. Golem. The body is like a dark red flame like lava. This is. Su Yi quickly opened the Book of Thieves and checked it out. If the flame of Pony's phoenix fruit is the healing fire of life. But if he is really in danger, he can break open the eggshell at any time, but in that case, Nirvana will be forfeited, and the injury, fatigue and physical strength will not recover. Zone Katakana middle. Eudemon's Katakana middle. Nirvana fruit. Chapter 153 100 birds facing the phoenix, Nirvana seal. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Also, unlike Pony Ma who can heal others with fire, Su Yi's Nirvana fire can only be used by himself. Maybe it can be used on others after awakening, but not now. Next, Su Yi experienced the flying ability of the phoenix, as well as the ability to fight. Phoenix can release Nirvana fire, which is the kind of flame similar to magma. However, Nirvana fire only has the effect of regeneration on his body, and if it is used to attack, it will only cause extremely terrifying damage. The temperature is the same as magma, and it can burn through the formation with just one spit. And when Su Yi burns Nirvana fire all over his body, everything he goes through will turn into a magma hell. Feng Ling arrow. Su Yi's heart moved, and the feathers on his body suddenly shot out like arrows. Nirvana fire burned on it, and a magma channel was burned directly wherever it passed. 100 birds face the phoenix. Su Yi, who was incarnated as a phoenix, suddenly flew into the air, his body erected, his wings spread, and countless feathers flew out, suddenly like a meteor shower, a doomsday scene. Nirvana seal. Su Yi suddenly swooped down, and the bird's claws were imprinted on a huge rock. Phoenix Nirvana. Su Yi continued to take off, and after rising to a considerable height. Suddenly a dive, the body slammed towards the ground. Puff. He plunged into the ground, but the solid surface was burned through a hole. He just kept diving and diving. The soil along the way was directly burned and melted into magma. The vacancy was filled after he passed. After he dived to a certain depth, he suddenly launched Phoenix Nirvana. The body is transformed into a bird's egg. Advertisement. After a period of time, the egg broke and Su Yi broke out of the shell, recovering all his stamina, and at the same time no longer fatigued. Magma swim. 99. Tong suddenly began flapping his wings and swimming in the lava. Constantly rising height, and soon after swimming to the ground. Although the Phoenix Nirvana needs to wait for a while, it can melt the bottom layer and drill into the ground during the battle. Wait until Nirvana is successful and come out again. Even for a master of Hawkeye's level, it's probably not easy to split the bottom layer and hurt him. Not to mention, there is still molten lava blocking the route. Yu Shi, that's good. In battle, there are two forms, one is the Sword Wolf form with super attack power, and the other is the Nirvana form that kills in a large area. After Luffy delivered the news of 3D2Y at the Marine headquarters, and spread it to the world through newspapers. Straw Hat crew scattered all over the world also received the news and started their own training. Kragana Island. In one of the ruins, Zoro is fighting a group of human imitators armed with large knives. The so-called human imitators are a group of baboon-like creatures that know how to imitate humans. If you follow a gentle human being, then the other person will develop a gentle personality. However, if they follow people who are grumpy, their personality will gradually become grumpy. The human imitators in front of them witnessed the war in the human kingdom on this island with their own eyes, and saw the soldiers fighting desperately. Naturally, they also became very violent. Later, after seeing that Hawkeye is very powerful with a knife, they also learned from Hawkeye and started to hold a knife. Now the emergence of Zoro, even some imitators began to use the three-knife flow. And the strength of this group of human imitators is not weak. In Zoro's eyes, their strength has definitely surpassed most of the swordsmen he has seen before. Human imitators, however, are no match for him at all. His strength, which has been exercised through perseverance, is no joke. Is your swordsmanship all about winning by brute force? Suddenly, the eagle-eyed Mohawk appeared behind Zoro at some point. Advertisement. Zoro was suddenly shocked. According to his exploration on the island these days, it should be only him and Perona, the ghost fruit person. Hawkeye, why are you here? Zoro suddenly became vigilant, and the memory of being defeated by Hawkeye before is still vivid in his mind. Now you are not my opponent. 35. Hawkeye didn't plan to take action, but he didn't care when he saw Zoro suddenly becoming wary of himself. Also, this is where I live in my territory. Hawkeye said, pointing to a gloomy old castle in the distance, that's my home. Your home. Zoro suddenly realized that it is normal for people dressed in such a spooky style as Hawkeye to live in such a ghostly place. The only thing he didn't understand was how that guy Perona could be here. It's kinda. The gloomy laughter exclusive to Perona suddenly appeared. I saw Perona dressed in a Gothic-style princess dress appeared beside Hawkeye at some point. I'm just like you, Liu Kai swordsman, I was also shot here by that Bartholomew bear. She obviously didn't take Hawkeye seriously, floating unscrupulously next to Hawkeye, showing no respect for the world's top powerhouse. Rorano Azoro, your companion is not here, are you leaving? Hawkeye said. For flowers. He had just returned from the Marine headquarters, and after experiencing the Summit War, he had a deeper understanding of Luffy. After seeing Luffy's hockey at Conquerors, he became more and more interested in this man. And Zoro, as a swordsman on Luffy's ship, has been paying attention since a very early time. The contents of the newspaper appeared in Zoro's mind. Luffy let them each practice for 2 years, see you in 2 years. Indeed, with their current strength, it is too reluctant to continue sailing. Not to mention Marine Admiral Shichibukai and the others had to fight hard every time they met. Not to mention, New World still has the 4 Emperors level combat power that can destroy the world. And the people under the 4 Emperors, needless to say, must also be masters. Advertisement. The so-called feeling, as Luffy's right-hand man, must not be a drag on Luffy. Point 0. In this case, then I can practice on this island. Anyway, there are many baboons who know swordsmanship here. If I practice against them, my swordsmanship can be improved, and there are also light lion fruits that can increase my swordsmanship. Wait, if the baboons can't keep up with me, then I'll increase my weight. 39. Zoro thought to himself. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Kamabaka. His nickname is the Shemale Kingdom. Here is a heart-shaped island. All the plants on the island are pink. The creatures on the island are all painted with thick makeup. A group of beautiful figures in skirts are chasing Sanji on the beach. Ha ha ha. Sanji-kun, come and play with us. Sanji-kun, don't run, don't be shy. Sanji-kun, accept your true self and release your inner self. Sanji keeps running. Go away. King Shemales. I saw those very feminine figures in skirts. Turned out to be a man. It's just that she painted very thick makeup, so at first glance, she thought she was a young and beautiful girl. Really, why the transparent fruit doesn't work here at all. Sanji found that even after he was invisible, he would still be discovered by these Shemales. It's like having a see-through eye. It can't go on like this. If they keep chasing, how can I find Luffy and them? The most important thing is that on this island, I don't want to spend more time on this island. Nami-san, Robin-san, wait for me, fan. Chapter 154 Hockey's Cultivation, Conqueror's Entanglement. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kamabaka Kingdom. Sanji, who was running, suddenly realized that the people behind him were no longer chasing him. What happened? Did you finally give up? Sanji breathed a sigh of relief just now, and suddenly found that a marine warship suddenly appeared on the dock of Renyao Island. That's it, marine. Sanji had this idea subconsciously. But soon he heard the cheers of the shemales. Welcome back, Lady Queen Ivankov. The Queen is back. Welcome back to the Queen. My Lady Queen misses you so much, moi. My Lady Queen, can you turn me into a woman? Click. Sanji was completely petrified. Shemale even has a queen. Is this a little too outrageous? Shocked Sanji for 100 years. Just then, a woman suddenly came down from the boat. The woman's dress and figure made Sanji's nose bleed. This is my type of 107. At this time, Ivankov in the female state also noticed the existence of Sanji. How come there are outsiders on this island? He asked. It appeared suddenly. It seems to have fallen from the sky, but he is about to merge with us and become one of us, said the acting queen of the Shemale kingdom. Soga. So it is. Ivankov thoughtfully. Advertisement. If it was suddenly shot, isn't this ability a bear's move? In other words, the guy in front of him was deliberately shot by the bear. Before he lost his personality and completely transformed into a transformed person, he slapped the young man in front of him. Masaka. Quality shemale seeds that you picked for yourself. Sanji saw that the situation was almost over, so he made his own request. By the way, can you give me a boat? I want to go out to sea and find my partner. Of course, he wasn't really looking for Luffy and them. But he really couldn't stay in this place. If you want to cultivate, you must go to the Fishman Island where there are mermaids to cultivate for 2 years. Of course, the reason to go to the Fishman Island is not because of the mermaid above. Absolutely not. Soga, you are the Straw Hat Boy's partner, right? Your face is painted on your wanted notice. 99. Ivankov didn't know how to recognize Sanji's identity. Hey, the face on that is not me. Sanji retorted immediately. Well, it's okay, it's you anyway, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy's ship's cook. Ivankov asked, pointing at Sanji. It's me. Sanji had to admit his identity. Then you can't leave. Everyone, treat Sanjiboy well, he is Luffy's partner. Don't let him run away, Ivankov said. Sanji. Help. Luffy. Nami-san. Robin-san. I don't want to stay on this island for another minute. 10,000 meters above the sky. Nami is in the small sky island, practicing his fruit ability. The special science here is to use all kinds of bubbles, and my ability is the fruit of bubbles. Is it a coincidence? 99. Nami flips through the books on the shelf, which is the world's top meteorological research mecca. People here can use bubbles as balloons to make ships that can fly in the air. You can also light a flame in the bubble as a candle. You can also store dark clouds in bubbles and then create a thunderstorm when needed. They even have a special kind of rope. As long as the knot is knotted in a special way, once the knot is untied, there will be light winds, strong winds and storms immediately. Advertisement. It can be said that this is her paradise. I can learn all kinds of complex weather in New World, and I can develop my abilities. It really serves multiple purposes. Nami laughed. Boeing Islands. A fat Usopp is feasting. It's so delicious, so delicious, so delicious. How can there be so much delicious food here? If Luffy comes here, he will probably be very happy. Usopp has now become a big meatball. On the ground beside him is a baffle made of candles. Because the Boeing Islands are actually a piranha the size of an island. Every once in a while, the petals will be closed, the entire island will stand up, and the creatures on the island will fall into the mouth of the piranha. If you are too gluttonous and fat, you will not be able to escape when the piranha eats. Only to be eaten. Therefore, it can be said that it is a world of the jungle. However, Usopp is fearless. As a wax fruit person, he can make candles of various shapes at will. Create a baffle on the ground, and whenever piranha eats, he will be perfectly blocked. This kind of cooperation is simply flawless. Usopp, still eating. The Kingdom of Birds. Chopper has gotten along with the local natives and strange birds here. Luffy, everyone, look forward to it. I will be a better doctor in 2 years, and I will be stronger. 95. Country on the bridge. Robin has established a friendship with the GM army. Future Kingdom. Inside the Vegapunk lab, Frankie is flipping through Vegapunk's research papers. Advertisement. What a genius. These contents are estimated to be impossible to create in 200 years, but I have munch fruit, and I can freely create what I want. I really look forward to what I can create in 2 years. Come. Brook, who was caught by the Longhands, has already started his own superstar journey. However, while holding the concert, he is also constantly developing his own abilities, and at the same time creating music that can be used in battle. Some ancient kingdom ruins near Daughter's Island. There are a lot of terrifying creatures here, their size and strength are comparable to the Sea Kings in the sea. And Luffy's practice here has already begun. Luffy, you seem to have mastered Conqueror's Haki, it's amazing. When Rayleigh started teaching Luffy Haki, Luffy revealed Conquerors that he could control at will. Did someone teach it, or did you understand it yourself? If it's the latter, then you are truly a peerless genius. Luffy laughed. How come? Suyi taught me. As he said that, he told the story of the Hakoku moves used by the 2 giants that he and the others saw when they were in Little Garden. Suga, it's no wonder. The giants do have Haki combat skills that have been passed down to this day. You are really lucky, Rayleigh said with a smile. Luffy also laughed. Where? My luck has always been good. Rayleigh's smile was suddenly closed at this time. Well, now I'll teach you the other 2-color Haki. There are 3 types of Haki. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. 99. Among them, Observation Haki is one of the easiest to master, Conqueror's is the second, and the hardest to master is Conqueror's. Although it is not yet 4.9, most people are born with it, and some people can't master no matter how hard they try. A rare kind of Haki. 35. Luffy said. However, when I saw Suyi cast the other 2 Hakis, I always felt that the effect of Conquerors was very small. Rayleigh laughed. That's because your understanding of Haki is too rudimentary. 99. Conquerors can only be used to intimidate some youngsters at the beginning of the master. At the same time, it has a miraculous effect on Sea Kings, but when you increase your Conqueror's proficiency to a certain level, you can. As he spoke, a trace of black lightning suddenly appeared on his hand. Using it as a weapon is very powerful. 35. Saying that, he suddenly threw a punch in the distance. Boom. An extremely powerful shock wave erupted. No matter whether the soil, trees or rocks were all shattered and dissipated. Just in an instant, a large vacuum area appeared in front of Rayleigh, as if it was eaten by some huge monster. Chapter 155 Suyi's Top-Notch Spotlight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luffy was speechless in shock. Unexpectedly, Conqueror's Haki, the most disliked by him, can produce such great power after using Ultimate. However, you are still a long way to go, you need at least 7 or 8 years of training. Looking at the ground destroyed by himself, Rayleigh said with his arms crossed. Gollum. Luffy swallowed. Damn it. I'm going to learn this. Rayleigh laughed. Don't be too ambitious, let's start from the beginning. After all, the other 2 kinds of Haki are also very important. First of all, seeing and hearing. This is a kind of ability that spread from Sky Island, called Heartnet. You can listen to the sound of all things, whether it is living or dead, even if you close your eyes. Knowing their location, it can be said that after the master has this kind of Haki, there is no need to worry about being attacked from behind. 5. Next, Rayleigh showed Luffy in detail. And then there is the armed color. You need to imagine your body is wrapped in a layer of invisible armor. If successful, your fists and body can be protected, and at the same time get huge destructive power. Of course, this Haki can also attach on weapons. And like Conquerors, it can be unleashed if used properly. 99. Saying that, Rayleigh aimed his palm at a 14-year-old tree. Pupils shrink. Boom. There was a hole in the trunk of the big tree. Damn. Luffy exclaimed again. Of course, the most important thing is that this Haki can touch Logia's ability, which is also the most important point, and if your Conquerors can be played outside, it is also effective for Logia. Luffy said. Su Yi told us all of what you said. Really? Then why did you let me talk for so long? I'm thirsty. 35. Rayleigh was suddenly speechless. What's the matter? Others have already told you, and you still let me talk for so long. He took out the jug from his bosom and took a sip to himself. Then he continued. Let's start with seeing and hearing now. Bag of bean bags, Luffy interrupted suddenly. What's wrong? Rayleigh looked at Luffy. Advertisement. Luffy said. Well, I wonder if Roger has eaten devil fruit. Rayleigh laughed. Roger, he didn't eat devil fruit. No. 35 Luffy immediately exclaimed. Uncle Roger can be the pirate king without eating devil fruit. Uncle Roger is amazing. 55. Really? Rayleigh explained patiently. In our time, the Grand Line did not have as many pirates as it is now, and many islands were deserted islands. Devil fruits were scattered in these uninhabited places, and they were circulated in the market. There are very few devil fruits, and fewer interesting abilities. We didn't find any kind of devil fruit, and none of them fit our liking, so of course we didn't eat it. 35. Luffy, remember, hockey is the proof that a person can be called a strong man. He changed his words, but since you have eaten rubber fruit, you must make good use of it and make good use of every bit of your strength. This is the real powerhouse. Luffy nodded. I see. The so-called hockey, in fact, is very similar to the power of mind. It is the cultivation of the soul. 95. On an uninhabited desert island, Su Yi was coiled on top of a boulder and closed his eyes tightly. First of all, seeing and seeing. His perception became clear, as if he was looking at himself and the things around him from the perspective of a bystander. It's just that these things are black and white, and he still doesn't know the specific shape of some things. The next thing to do is to constantly see the shape of these things. Or the range of diffuse perception. These are two different cultivation directions. Su Yi's choice is the latter. For him, he only needs to perceive the position of the surrounding enemies, the specific shape of such a subtle thing does not need to be exercised. But range, which seemed to him very useful. Before entering Sky Island, he could hear Blackbeard's laughter from a distance. This ability can be said to be able to avoid the strong in advance. However, his out-of-range hearing is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sometimes I can't hear the existence of the strong. And what he has to do now is to be able to predict 100% of the dangerous proximity. This not only needs to expand the scope of seeing and hearing. It is also necessary to be able to perceive the vitality of a living body. Advertisement. The stronger the vitality, the greater the threat. Thump. Thump thump. Su Yi's heartbeat became slower and slower. His heart was at peace. In this way, he stayed motionless for 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it was windy or rainy, or the sun was blowing, he didn't feel anything. 3 days later, he suddenly opened his eyes. He noticed that a bird had built a nest on his head. Really? Just hungry. Su Yi roasted and ate these birds without long eyes. In 3 days, his vision range expanded by 100 meters. But no matter how hard you try, it will be difficult to expand. And the perception of biological vitality has also improved a lot. Next is the armed color. Su Yi finished her food. Just lie down and sleep. Night is coming soon. In the jungle, some dangerous animals came out. A tiger slowly paced to Su Yi's side. He opened his mouth wide and was about to take a bite. Go away. Su Yi opened one eye and glanced at the other. The other party was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Then, Pidian ran away. The next day, after Su Yi woke up. Begin the training of armed color. Advertisement. Different from the familiar color, the armed color needs to open up and close, and face it head on. Garp flattened 8 mountains at the beginning, and sharpened his fists, which were already armed, to be extremely powerful. Su Yi imitated Garp today. Boom boom boom. The uninhabited island was hit again. The only mountain on the island was hit by Su Yi with one punch. Every stone on it was smashed by Su Yi with one punch. Bang bang bang. It starts early in the morning, ends at dusk, then the next morning, then the next day at dusk, and then the third day. Su Yi continued for 7 days. Finally, a mountain was completely leveled. All that was left was a gravel beach. At this time, in the distant forest, The animals living on the uninhabited island are shivering at the intruder. Terrible. Human beings are terrifying. Even the king of beasts on this island retreated into the dark in a cold sweat at this time. However, Su Yi suddenly turned his head, staring at him with a pair of hungry eyes. 5 minutes later, a lion was roasted. While eating the grilled meat, Su Yi looked at the fist covered by conquerors. To be honest, he didn't know how well his armed color had been trained. Now the stone can no longer stop his fist, and the stone can be blasted with almost a single punch. Judging from the fact that the knowledge color has grown so much from the beginning of training, the armed color should also be enhanced a lot. First of all, wait for a period of stability before continuing. Su Yi finished his hockey training, stood up, and was finally ready to leave this deserted island. Chapter 156 The Fishmen Island, Destroy the Hody Gang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi thought about it, and sure enough, he still wanted to go to the Fishmen Island first. Since she came to the world of pirates, how could the legendary Murloc princess not see each other? Moreover, the new Yoran pirates of the Fishmen Island did not help the Straw Hat crew's strength 2 years later. It doesn't matter if it's wiped out. Thinking of it, Su Yi immediately activated the Thunder Fruit ability and teleported to the bottom islands of Sabayati. Soon after, Sabayati Bottom Islands. Island Pier 33. A group of pirates are gathering in front of a pirate ship, and their captain is giving a speech before entering the water. Little ones, the following is the Fishmen Island. When we get there, there are beautiful mermaids and fishmen. Whether they are caught as playthings or sold for money, they are all very good. Are you ready? Quote. Oh, mermaid, here I come. Ha ha ha, I'm going to make a fortune. Isn't there a mermaid that was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million Baileys some time ago? Ah, that was the work of celestial dragons, and under normal circumstances, it would be 7 or 8 million Baileys. That's not a lot, just one stroke is enough for us to spend a lifetime. You guy, you really have no ideals, do you still want to go back to your hometown? Immediately, the pirates boarded the filmed boat and began to dive. The pirates looked at the bubbles on the surface of the hull with some fear in their hearts. No problem, can this layer of bubbles block the seawater? This is the best coater we've paid a lot of money for, and our safety should be fine. However, still a little scared. 35. That's a deep sea, 10,000 meters deep, and the water pressure is very high. Really, we are pirates, and we can leave our families behind for the sake of money. Are you afraid of a little bit of seawater here? After the initial panic, when the pirates saw with their own eyes that the pirate ship entered the sea, and the bubbles on the surface did not burst, immediately became relieved. Huh, it looks like it's all right. Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to many pirates rang out. Advertisement. Who is it? Who is there? Anyone else on this ship? The pirates immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and pointed their firearms at the speaker. Suddenly, a stranger appeared on their boat. And, sitting on top of the cabin. Wait, this face. A pirate suddenly remembered something, took out a wanted notice from his arms, and immediately compared it with the person in front of him. Came to an astonishing conclusion. The great pirate, demon hunter, Su Yi. Hey! The pirates were immediately stunned, their eyeballs jumped out one by one, and their jaws almost hit the floor. It's really him, he looks exactly like the one on the wanted list. There's nothing wrong with this face, but why did he appear on our ship? It's different from Luffy's kind-hearted person who, even if he gets a bounty of 1.5 billion, will have a cat and a dog come out and say that he wants to take his head. Su Yi is the kind of existence who knows not to mess with at a glance. Coupled with his tendon flesh, and the fact that he has just practiced hockey recently, the whole person exudes a dangerous atmosphere. The man who participated in the Summit War and survived intact. A man who posed a great threat to Marine. It's the son of that Revolutionary Army dragon, the crew of the Straw Hat. Pirates, you talked about Su Yi's deeds of glory. Even Su Yi himself was about to be embarrassed to say. Just when all the pirates were frightened, they didn't know why such a big pirate with a reward of 1 billion appeared on their ship. Their boss, the captain of this pirate group, came out. Really? Why are you panicking one by one? He is only one person, and there are so many of us. The other party held a bazooka in his hand and pointed it at Su Yi. Boy, you only went out to sea a few years earlier than us. Lousy is a big pirate with a reward of 30 million Baileys just 3 days after going out to sea. You can definitely get 2 billion Baileys in 2 years. The pirates were stunned for a moment, and immediately took up their weapons. Yes, there is only one other party, what are we afraid of? No matter how powerful people are, they will be killed by bullets. Advertisement. His head is ours, ha ha ha, that's a billion Baileys. Su Yi looked helplessly at the pirates below. Really, it seems that I am also looked down upon by the cats and dogs. Clatter. He suddenly jumped out of the cabin, and a dodge appeared in front of the leading pirate ship captain. Seeing Su Yi's terrifying speed, the other party's expression changed immediately. But before he could say anything begging for mercy, Su Yi had grabbed his face and threw him out of the pirate ship. Here, but 1,000-meter deep sea. Whether the other party goes out, whether to live or die, depends on his lung capacity. Slam la. A group of pirates immediately dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Brother, spare your life, because we have eyes but don't know Mount Tai. Leave us alone, I still have an 80-year-old mother at home. I am willing to be a cow and a horse for you, just please don't kill me. I also want to take a look at the Murloc princess, and I will have no peace if I don't fulfill this dream. 35. Boss, you will be our captain from now on. All the pirates have become aware of the current affairs, they don't want to be thrown into the sea 1,000 meters deep. That would be absolutely mortal. Naturally, Su Yi will not kill all these people, after all, they have to rely on them to drive the boat. As a result, Su Yi briefly became the boss of the ship. The pirate ship goes to the deep sea. When you are in the sea, you can see fish swimming around. However, among the crowd, only one person remained calm. It seems to be because there are many terrifying sea monsters in the deep sea, and it is said that there are ghost ships. In fact, he had already heard some strange noises. Hey, look, what is that? The sun. Suddenly a pirate pointed to a place on the seabed and said. Occasionally, a few beluga whales swam by, and that dreamy body gives a very relaxed feeling. It seems that we should be approaching the Fishmen Island soon. I heard that the Fishmen Island also has sunshine. Advertisement. Oh, there is still a sun under the sea, which is really rare. 39. It's scary, or let's go back. The pirates immediately cheered. Su Yi hammered the barrel with his fist. You guys, send me a boat. 5. A group of pirates came to the side of the ship and looked at the sea outside and the scenery in the sea. Don't be angry, boss. 35. Hey, did you know that even if there is coating, 70% of the ships going to the Fishmen Island will not be able to return? That is Su Yi. Forget it. Compared to the sea monster, Su Yi's threat was closer at hand. Gradually, the sun disappeared. I heard that the Fishmen Island has no fish to eat, so let's eat enough here. He lowered his head silently. Yes, sea monster. 35. The surroundings became pitch dark. It should be easy to catch fish, right? A few whispering pirates glanced at Su Yi sitting by the mast. Nani, why is this happening? With his specially trained vision, he clearly captured some huge creatures that were surrounding the ship at the moment. The sun above the head transmits on the water, giving off a sparkling feeling. This ship is not a casual pirate ship. There are cooks, doctors, navigators, etc. on board, so Su Yi doesn't have to worry about the sudden sinking of the ship. Ghost ship. I saw that a luminous spot appeared there. That's it. That's great. Only the record pointer faithfully guides the direction of the Fishmen Island. Okay, I'll go right away. It's so good, it's like heaven here. It feels like the most dangerous moment has passed. Chapter 157 The Crystal Ball Prophecy, The Destruction of Mariajoy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the deep sea, there are countless terrifying creatures. Even on Blue Star, humans have not been able to fully explore the ocean. Not to mention this is the world of One Piece. Even if there is Cthulhu Su Yi, it is not surprising. However, in his perception, the sea monsters that appeared were just small sea monsters. On top of this there are medium-sized sea monsters and large sea monsters. Little ones, Go back to your respective posts, there will be trouble soon. Su Yi no longer watched, but stood up and said to the crowd. Hey, boss, what are you talking about? We're about to arrive at the Fishman Island. Yeah, look in that direction, that's the sun. I didn't know there was a sun under the sea, it was amazing. A group of pirates were talking, unaware that the danger was coming. When the spot of light gradually enlarged, someone finally noticed something was wrong. Hey, that spot of light seems to be moving, that's. I saw that behind the spot of light, a huge fish head appeared unexpectedly. And that light spot is undoubtedly the lantern of this incomparably huge lanternfish. Sea monster. The pirates stared out their eyes, and their tongues popped out like springs. Su Yi didn't expect anything from these guys. He stood on the bow, looking at the lanternfish in front of him without changing his face. As the lanternfish gradually approached, it can be seen that around the pirate ship, there have been more than 110 huge fish, and the number has exceeded 10. Okay. A lot. It's horrible. Mom, I'm going home. It's over. We're dead. 39. It's not the Fishman Island, it's hell. 95. The pirates have fallen into despair. Su Yi looked around. Call. The lanternfish suddenly swam over and took a bite towards the pirate ship. Advertisement. Su Yi's pupils shrank suddenly, and a burst of energy radiated out. The lanternfish suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yi with a look of fear. Then, he fled far away. The sea monster next to him also swam over at this time, biting towards the boat. Su Yi's pupils shrank again. Hockey emanated, and all the sea monsters fled. During the next journey, many sea monsters appeared one after another. But they were blocked by Su Yi, and his mental power was constantly being consumed, but he had the power of thought as a backing, which could be replenished at any time. Finally, there was a real hazy light ahead. Then, the legendary sun tree Eve, who can transport sunlight to the bottom of the sea, appeared. And beside Yangshu Eve, a huge bubble floated, half of it was the ocean, there were islands, and buildings of various colors, and there was a small bubble on top, which was the Dragon Palace. Arrived, the Fishman Island. The pirates can finally breathe a sigh of relief this time. The legendary The Fishman Island, they finally arrived. Moreover, they all felt as if they were separated from each other after having experienced 9 lives. I have forgotten the purpose of my visit to the Fishman Island this time. Even, some people have been frightened and fainted by the continuous appearance of terrifying sea monsters. Boo! Found the entrance to the Fishman Island. The pirate ship entered the huge bubbles of the Fishman Island. Breathed in the air with the smell of seafood. The corners of Su Yi's mouth twitched slightly. It's a really nice place. Maybe Sanji will choose to retire here when he retires in the future. The pirates have stepped into the land of the Fishman Island. The Murlocs passing by suddenly looked over curiously. It's a pirate. But it's okay. We are covered by the Big Mom pirates. Advertisement. Although Whitebeard switched sides as soon as he died, our safety was also guaranteed. Mermaid and fish people are one after another up. When the pirates heard their conversation, they all grew their jaws. What? This place has already been protected by the Big Mom pirates. I thought Whitebeard was dead, so I could go here and loot the Murlocs. 35. How can it be repaired? It seems that we have come to the end of the step. Su Yi didn't have time to pay attention to these pirates. He was walking on the streets of the Fishman Island, looking at the mermaid, he felt relaxed and happy. It's a really nice place. Mermaid restaurant, mermaid cafe. Suddenly, Su Yi noticed a place that impressed him. Mermaid cafe. The cafe opened by Mrs. Xiarli. This person has the ability to predict the future with a crystal ball. But what makes Su Yi speechless is that this man predicted 2 years later that Luffy would destroy the Fishman Island. Beach. According to the fact that Luffy was standing in a sea of fire. So much so that Straw Hat Crew was hunted down by the guards in the Dragon Palace and disgusted by the residents of the Fishman Island. So, the magic stick kills people. And, people who believe such foolish prophecies are even more foolish. Because of a prophecy, a group of people who have not done anything as enemies. It can only be said that this kind of guy is hopelessly stupid. Su Yi finally understood why the celestial dragons would say that the Murlocs are inferior races. It can only be said that their intelligence quotient is really insufficient. In addition, there are many places that make him want to complain. For example, the Murloc Arlong he had met kept saying that the Murloc's arm strength was 10 times that of a human. So theoretically, a child of a Murloc could beat a human adult. Then why are so many Murlocs caught by human traffickers? Could it be that their strength 10 times greater than that of humans is not enough to break free from the rope or chain? Taking a 10,000 steps back, the Murloc's teeth are all sharp. Can you bite with your teeth? Moreover, after the Great Pirate Era began, a large number of pirates flocked to the Fishman Island. Kidnapped Murlocs and Merman to sell. Advertisement. You are 10 times stronger than humans, so you won't form an army to defend against pirates. Even if you can't fight on the Fishman Island, can you stop the pirate ship in the sea? Murlocs can move freely even in waters with a depth of 10,000 meters, and can easily sink a pirate ship. This kind of countermeasures that fools and idiots can come up with, but the people of the Fishman Island have not adopted them at all. It can only be said that they are miserable for a certain reason. Therefore, Suyi has no idea of saving the Murlocs and letting the Murlocs live in harmony with humans. Why should he save these people? Enter the Mermaid Cafe. Suyi ordered a glass of juice. Drinking the juice produced by the fruit under the sea, Suyi looked at the owner of the cafe. I heard that you can divination. Mrs. Xiarli looked at Suyi in surprise. A human appeared in her cafe and asked her to divination. I did divination several times, and it came true, Xiarli said. Well, how about you give me a divination once? Suyi took out a stack of Baileys. That's what he got after auctioning shock fruit to celestial dragons. There are at least 1 million Baileys in this stack. So much. Mrs. Xiarli was also surprised by so many Baileys. She immediately collected the money. After all, this amount of money was enough for her to open a coffee shop for several years. Then, she put her hand on the crystal ball. Time passed slowly, and finally, a picture appeared on the crystal ball. Suyi's eyes moved over, and in the crystal ball, his own figure appeared. And he was standing on the ruins of a building, covered in blood, surrounded by corpses. When Mrs. Xiarli saw this, her pupils shrank, and she fell to the ground. She was trembling and could barely speak. Of course, if it is just such a simple picture, it will not make people lose their temper. Suyi had learned the result, stood up, and walked out of the cafe satisfied. The ruins of the building in the picture, if I read it correctly, are the ancient city of the Holy Land Mariajoy. And the corpses in that place were all wearing space suits with their heads in the masks. Celestial Dragons. Chapter 158 Drugs Become Stronger. Let you drink to death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That guy. Who is? Mrs. Xiarli was shocked when she watched Suyi leave. She doesn't know Mariajoy, nor Pan Gucheng. However, it was obviously the costume of celestial dragons she knew. It is unbelievable that this man would kill so many celestial dragons in the future. Moreover, she didn't dare to imagine what the world would look like once that happened. Suyi ignored Mrs. Xiarli and walked out of the Mermaid Cafe. It's so boring, this country. Suyi looked at the dragon palace above her head. He remembered that there was once a princess in this country who desperately wanted the Fishman Island to join the world government. Then let the Murlocs enter the surface world to live. He even sacrificed his life for it. Haven't they thought that some people who are willing to live on the ground can actually be allowed to live on the ground? Have to relocate across the country. What brain circuit is this? And the Fishman Island is a place where fishmen lived in the age of fish. What's wrong? Have to give up, even if the Murlocs are captured by humans. But among the human beings, there are also people who have been caught and sold. Moreover, even if the Fishman Island joined the world government. Even if the world government promulgated a decree prohibiting the trade of Murlocs. Will the Murloc trade disappear? The more Suyi thought about it, the more depressed she felt. I always feel that there is something wrong with people in this country. Hey, little brother, where are you from? In a pond by the roadside, several mermaids were sunbathing and greeted Suyi when they saw Suyi. However, the people in this country are quite beautiful. Suyi's eyes were immediately attracted by the mermaid's figure. It's this guy. It's him. He's the leader of that group of pirates. Advertisement. In the alley in the distance, two Murlocs are following Su Yi. They came to look for Su Yi on the orders of the Murloc Hody. Such a big pirate with a reward of 1 billion appeared on the Fishmen Island, it is impossible for no one to find it. You two, what are you doing standing here? 39. Suddenly, the two Murlocs noticed that there was a person behind them. They turned around in amazement, and suddenly realized that it was Su Yi. When appearing behind them, this speed is too amazing. The most terrifying thing is that the two of them just watched Su Yi's back with their own eyes, and the result was only a blink of an eye. He teleported behind them both. As this kind of speed capable of human beings? It's really scary, it seems to be faster than our Murlocs. The two swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A man suddenly remembered his boss. Yes, in front of Boss Hody, this guy is definitely not the boss's opponent. Immediately, he suddenly became more confident, and was no longer so timid. Listen, Demon Hunter Su Yi, our boss Hody is calling you. Summoned. What a big breath. Su Yi suddenly shot out like lightning, pinching the faces of the two Murlocs. Kacha, kacha, kacha. There was a sound of bones shattering from the skulls of both of them. Listen, I crush your skulls as easily as crushing eggs, so don't resist. 35. Now, take me to where you say Hody is. If you dare to play tricks, I can kill you in an instant. An astonishing murderous aura overflowed. Both Murlocs felt an unprecedented icy aura. It was as if the man in front of him could kill them with just one thought. No, brother, we won't play tricks. Why can't the two Murlocs see that the man's billion-dollar bounty is no joke? Advertisement. His strength is a real monster, and a monster that surpasses Murlocs. This terrifying arm strength is definitely several times that of a Murloc. So, under the leadership of the two of them, Su Yi went to Hody's site. Using bubble coral to create bubbles on his body, Su Yi walked into the bubbles. The two Murlocs tried to attack him several times. But in the end, reason allowed them to restrain themselves. Humph. Su Yi hummed in her heart. In this era, any cat or dog can come out to hang out. He also understood why those four emperors liked to summon a large number of subordinates. After all, the dignified four emperors are being picked on every day by a group of trashy people who think highly of themselves and don't know how high the sky is. There are enough subordinates, if something goes wrong, subordinates will solve it. There is no need for the four emperors to take action at all. Finally, Su Yi met Hody in the Murloc town below Noah's Ark. At this time, Hody looked like a big brother, sitting on a dilapidated sofa that he did not know where he got it. Beside him is his little brother. Oh, this is the big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, it looks surprisingly weak, ha ha ha. Hody saw Su Yi's thin body compared to the muscular Murloc. Laughed. And the other Murlocs next to him also laughed out loud. Su Yi, a pirate who offered a bounty of billions of Baileys, did not take it seriously. Hey, I heard that you are a member of the Straw Hats, right? The Straw Hats have done something quite extraordinary, even playing celestial dragons. For us Murlocs, you can be regarded as a benefactor. How about you? Do you consider joining our new Murloc pirates as my little brother? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Be your little brother. Su Yi suddenly grabbed the Murloc who was laughing the most beside him. A bang suddenly snapped his neck. What are you kidding me? Even you gang of weak chickens deserve it. 35. The laughter stopped. The faces of the fish people from the original mockery. Gollum. What a joke. Those are the bones of a Murloc. Even the water pressure of 10,000 meters can be continuously pressed. He was so easy to hang up. How strong is his hand? It seems that the human beings in front of them do have a strange power. Moreover, this drug also has very serious side effects. Advertisement. It can only be said that the weakness of this Murloc is beyond Su Yi's imagination. In the end, I was beaten up by Luffy who didn't even open fourth gear. Then let you eat enough. Fan. Boy, it seems that you don't want to live anymore. Don't think that your captain can sit back and relax on the Fishmen Island after playing celestial dragons. You also called Big Brother Arlong, right? I have long wanted to settle this account. Then I'll hit you with one finger. The next moment, his muscles swelled in a circle, and his eyes turned red. This should be the evil medicine S, something handed down from the ancestors of the Fishmen Island. Aren't you taking medicine? Interesting. If I were Hawkeye, I would probably take out a knife to fight you, but I'm not as boring as him, forget it. What is this? Su Yi asked. Su Yi looked at the medicine Hody took. Next is 8 times, 16 times, 32 times, 64 times, and so on. He held a capsule-like medicine in his hand and threw it into his mouth. The more you eat, the stronger your strength grows. In the original book, Hody Jones ate a box, not knowing how many thousands of this drug. Eating more will continue to double, which is 4 times the base strength. Although he already knew, he still asked a question. Became stunned, and then became terrified. Originally belonged to the Fishmen Island Dragon Palace, but later the recipe was stolen by Hody. The pupils turned white, which looked extremely strange, but gave people a sense of danger. At this moment, Hody stood up from the sofa. He asked himself that he couldn't just break the Murloc's neck with his fingers. Point 0. That's lifespan. The more power you gain, the more ruthless you lose your life. With a faint smile on Su Yi's mouth, he stretched out a finger. Hody Jones ended up being a very frail old man. Hee hee, you'll know right away, my strength has doubled. Saying that, Hody Jones suddenly killed Su Yi. Once taken, this drug can increase muscle strength to twice its original level. Chapter 159 The Old Dead Hody Jones. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To fight with oneself with only one finger. You bastard, courting death. 35. Hody felt that his dignity was offended. No matter what, he was also a Murloc. The Murloc's arm strength is 10 times that of a human. He quickly swam towards Su Yi in the water, increasing his speed. Then, suddenly punched Su Yi. This is in the water, and our Murloc's combat power in the water can be increased by more than 10 times. He roared. The surrounding Murlocs also shouted excitedly at this time. Appeared, Boss Hody's Murloc punch. Boss Hody is a shark man. He can add swimming speed to his fists, but he can smash a house. Thump. Hody punched Su Yi on the body. All the Murlocs opened their mouths and stopped shouting. And Hody Jones' pupils suddenly shrank at this moment. I saw that a finger that Su Yi stretched out actually blocked his fist. After taking a fierce medicine S, he punched the head, 113, with all his strength. Impossible. This is the voice of all Murlocs at this moment. And Hody gritted his teeth and continued to attack Su Yi. However, no matter how the opponent attacks, Su Yi is all with one finger. This fighting style is the greatest contempt. Su Yi suddenly became impatient. Fingers are on Hody's chest, very fast, with the feeling of the finger pistol of Marine 6 styles. But Su Yi didn't do any training, just casually. Boom. Hody Jones flew out directly, covered his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. A rib was broken and stuck in an internal organ. He stared at Su Yi. In addition to being shocked, I was puzzled. Impossible, how could a human being have such a powerful body? Quack 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 quack. He took out a handful of the murderous medicine S from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word, chewed it and swallowed it. Advertisement. Gollum. 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 His muscles were squirming frantically, and a surging force spread out. Ha 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 ha. Stupid human, do you think you can defeat me like this? It's so naive, my current strength is 100 times stronger than before. Saying that, he suddenly killed Su Yi. The speed is obviously many times that of the previous one. However, Su Yi still only uses one finger. When the fish people saw this, they all laughed. It's really stupid. The current boss Hody is many times stronger than before, and he still wants to fight with one finger. It would be wisest for him to run away immediately. And Hody also showed a cruel smile. Let me bite off your wicked finger. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, suddenly biting towards Su Yi's finger. Armed. Su Yi's fingers suddenly turned black. The next moment, he nodded towards Hody's forehead. Bang. This time, Hody Jones flew backwards faster than last time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The fish people looked at this incredible scene in shock. The boss of his own family, that invincible existence, after taking so many poisonous medicines, was beaten by his opponent with one finger, and he has no power to fight back. Hody got up from the ground with annoyed and puzzled expression on his face. Maybe the kind of medicine you have in your hand can really make you stronger, but if you are already weak, no matter how much you take, it will be useless. Su Yi sneered at the right time. And this sentence also made Hody Jones fall into complete madness. His humble self-esteem did not allow himself to lose face in front of mankind. He snatched a box of murderous medicines from his subordinates. I gulped it down in a big mouth. I must crush this scum. He suddenly choked, took a sip of water before swallowing. Immediately, he suddenly covered his chest, and the whole person trembled violently. The fish people looked at him with worried eyes. Isn't there any problem? I ate so much at one time. It's a life-sucking drug. At last Hody Jones stopped trembling. His body swelled in a circle, and all the injuries he suffered in the previous battle healed. Advertisement. Hair also turned gray. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're finished. He did not expect that after taking a certain amount of fierce medicine, it would actually make the body undergo qualitative changes. Now his power is no longer a simple enhancement of several thousand times or tens of thousands of times. He feels like he has been reborn. This surging sense of power seems to destroy the world. Hit the water. 35. He suddenly made a movement of slapping the seawater. Immediately afterwards, a few drops of seawater turned into water arrows and flew towards Su Yi. Bobo. Su Yi's fingers swayed a few times in front of him. Block a few drops of seawater. Cut. Hody Jones spat in disdain. I am very unhappy that my moves are easily resolved by the opponent. Don't underestimate me, it's just hitting the water, taste my fist. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, Su Yi disappeared without knowing when. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of him. Have you had enough trouble? What a waste of time. Su Yi's tone was full of disappointment and impatience. It is still a finger, but this time it is a slashing action. His fingernails became sharp as razor blades at some point, just a light stroke. A bloody mouth appeared on Hody Jones' face. What? He covered his wound and screamed. It hurts. Just a small wound. But it kept bleeding, as if it would never heal. Is there any other trick you haven't used? If you have one, use it quickly. I'm still in a hurry to see the mermaid. 5. Su Yi yawned. Hody Jones was stunned. He ate so many evil medicines and gained the power of qualitative change. In front of this man, he was so vulnerable. This made his self-esteem challenged in his eyes. As the so-called lack of what will say. Advertisement. Hody Jones has always claimed that Murlocs are noble races, while humans are backward races. But when defeated so easily by humans, something was still burning inside him. I will never let you go. Hody Jones suddenly stood up. Stretching his head into the box, he ate like an animal frantically. No bro. You're going to die like this. Eating too much, bro. Despite the fish people's desperate dissuasion. But Hody still ate desperately. Swallowed almost all the poisons in my stomach. He looked at Su Yi. Wait, you're dead. Gollum. 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 Soon after, Hody Jones' body swelled again. It seems to be more powerful than before, I don't know how many times. Even Su Yi couldn't help raising his eyebrows. 4.9. This breath is indeed a bit strong. However, the rapidly escaping vitality in the opponent's body was already approaching its limit. Suffer to death, human beings. Hody Jones felt the mighty power, with a smug smile on his face. Then, his face began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole person shrinks as quickly as a deflated balloon. Muscles disappear, skin becomes dry and wrinkled. The whole turned into a little old man. It seems to have aged 100 years in an instant. Big brother. The fish people looked at Jones at this time with frightened eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Su Yi also lost interest in these fish people. With the help of medicine, the upper limit of your power is not high enough, and you can't become as strong. Saying that, he turned to leave. What a boring fight. Thump. Behind him, Hody Jones fell to the ground and lost his voice. Chapter 160 Entering Shirahoshi's boudoir. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, you bastard, stop. Do you think you can leave if you kill our boss? Several cadres from the new fish man pirates stopped Su Yi. One of the chameleon-like, invisible murlocs even approached Su Yi secretly, as if trying to sneak up on him. Really? I don't know whether to live or die. Su Yi has no plans to keep his hands. Suddenly grabbed the invisible murloc and pressed it to the ground. Boom. A cobweb-shaped crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and the invisible murloc's eyes turned white, he vomited blood, and lost consciousness. Then, he suddenly kicked a swordsman murloc who was drinking and kicked out. The other party has not moved for a long time, and the arrangement is dead or alive. Then, he eliminated the remaining cadres one by one. No matter how much drug they take, rubbish is rubbish. Even the Fishman Island has never left. I don't know what the four emperors are, they are destined to only invite destruction. Even without Luffy and others, just 2 years later they destroyed Big Mom's dessert factory. Ant will send someone to clean them up. Before leaving, Su Yi grabbed a murloc. Find me Vander Deacon. The other party looked at Su Yi in horror, thinking that he would be killed too. However, when I heard that Su Yi was going to see Vander Deacon, I was relieved, but also a little embarrassed. Vanderdecken is so elusive on weekdays that it is difficult to find his whereabouts. I know, I will definitely find him. The murloc was halfway through, and suddenly saw Su Yi's terrifying eyes, and immediately cowardly. If you find his words, go to the Fishman Island to find me immediately. Su Yi said and left. Back at the Fishman Island, Su Yi embarks on a holiday. Well, life is to have relaxation and relaxation. It's not good to be tight all the time. Take a very simple example. Whitebeard has drifted on the sea all his life, always under the threat of pirates, marines and bounty hunters, often injured, and may encounter terrifying weather from time to time. The wind is blowing and the sun is shining, and the work and rest are unstable. When old and sick, look at Marine. Advertisement. Garp eats senbei and drinks tea all day. Aokiji loves to sleep. Kizaru, as admiral, even cuts his nails in the office. They are also strong. They can stay on the island where the 4 seasons are like spring, and 3 meals a day are served. And once injured, Marine's medical team will cure it. Take a look at the veterans in these Marines, all of them will be alive and well when they are old. As you can imagine, Garp, a strong old man, is disease-free and pain-free. Is it actually 76 years old? Years older than Whitebeard. And Kizaru, who has black hair and looks like he's only in his 30s. It's almost 60 in fact. Life is all about returning to the essence. Su Yi was lying on a beach chair, drinking juice, basking in the sun, wearing sunglasses and beach shorts, a picture of a vacation. After a few days, the murloc that he sent out finally got news. The whereabouts of Vanderdecken X have been found. Knowing the location of Vander Deacon, Su Yi gave the murloc a stack of Baileys. The murloc ran away suddenly. I didn't expect to get a life and still get money, it's just a piece of shit luck. Su Yi stood up, wearing beach shorts and slippers, and said goodbye to the mermaids who had been chatting with him these days. Soon after, in the forest of the sea, Su Yi met Vanderdecken. Sea forest is part of the Fishman Island. There are often abandoned ships washed here by the current. And Vander Deacon seems to be looking for something here. Found, boss, the sword left by the pirates. 5. A group of murlocs are helping Vanderdecken to find the sword. Yoshi, not bad, these are all good things that can be transformed into my combat power. Vanderdecken laughed slyly. The day is coming, and it's time for me to send Shirahoshi a love letter. 99. Vanderdecken muttered to himself, took off the glove of the left hand that had not been washed for 10 years. Advertisement. Then, I touched the pile of swords that had just been found on the ground. Swoosh. The next moment, the sword automatically floated up, and then flew towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. Target fruit. After touching a living creature. If you touch the dead object with this hand again, then the dead will fly towards the touched living thing. A hand can bind a living creature. In order to prevent his hand that had touched Shirahoshi from touching him, Vanderdecken never washed his left hand. And Su Yi's purpose is the fruit ability of the opponent. Who are you guy? Vander Deacon soon found Su Yi standing on an abandoned sailboat watching him. He has never met Su Yi, and Su Yi is still a human. This made his first instant to Suyi skyrocketed countless times. Hey, boss, shut up. The other party is terrifying. Several of Vanderdeken's subordinates seemed to recognize Suyi. Suyi didn't kill all of Hoti's men that day. Some who survived joined Van der Deken's men. When I saw Suyi at this time, I recalled the horror of Suyi's day. Immediately the whole person is not well. How did Suyi find this place? Could it be that it was to kill a few of them? Vanderdeken is naturally not a fool. Seeing that the few Murloc younger brothers under him were so jealous of Suyi, a trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. Suyi did not have the habit of introducing herself, so she jumped up and jumped in front of the other party. You just activated your abilities, right? He walked towards Van der Deken step by step, who was one of the two villains of the Fishman Island. In front of his younger brothers, he naturally refused to show a hint of cowardice. Immediately staring at Suyi, Van der Deken's eyes turned white, covered in blood, and lost consciousness. Well, even if Vanderdeken can't use his abilities, it is estimated that Shirahoshi will not dare to go out in a short time. Suyi thought about it, and suddenly activated the Thunder Fruit ability. Boom. Advertisement. Why, you can see it too. This uncle was cursed by the sea, how about it? Are you afraid? He suddenly pulled out a long knife. Boy, don't be complacent. You are a mere human, and you still want to be in front of the Murlocs. Especially licking dogs who feel good about themselves and have terrible abilities are especially scary. The love letter was useless, so he thought of killing Shirahoshi. Teleported to a place not far from the Dragon Palace. Your ability should only work if you touch others, which means that if your hand can't touch me, it will be useless. Provocation. This is blatant provocation. Suyi buttoned his booger and flicked his finger. No. 39. Then, using the door fruit ability, he entered the Dragon Palace. So, from the beginning of the love letter. Then, he activates the ability of seeing, looking for Shirahoshi's position. You are also worthy of marrying a Murloc princess. When Suyi saw Shirahoshi, he suddenly felt how poor his imagination was. To the later flying axes, swords and other dangerous weapons. Found it. The next moment, Van der Deken was severely pressed into the ground. At the same time, he lost his Devil Fruit ability, which he used to pursue Shirahoshi, the Murloc princess. Vanderdeken's expression suddenly became ugly. The palms pressed against his face. The Dragon Palace is the largest in size, has strong vitality, and is female. Suyi suddenly turned into an electric current, passed through the iron door of Shirahoshi's room, and entered her boudoir. Seeing it with your own eyes is another matter. In the middle of his speech, Suyi once again dodged and appeared in front of him. Click. Unable to bear it any longer, Vanderdeken suddenly grabbed Suyi. Suyi dodged to avoid his hand. Gee, I can only say that licking a dog in this world is really scary. When Shirahoshi was little, he touched Shirahoshi with his hand, and since then he kept sending love letters to Shirahoshi. To be honest, seeing a mermaid princess on TV is one thing. Chapter 161 Mr. Suyi, it's time to sleep. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Huge body, but there is no sense of cramping. Fair skin, proud figure, even in deep sleep, the face is still moving. This is the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Suyi looked at each other, those proud twin peaks undulating with each other's breathing. Hey, wake up. Suyi couldn't wait any longer and had to say something. Finally, Shirahoshi woke up. I was stunned for a moment, then when I saw a strange man in my room. Was about to open his mouth to scream. At the same time, the corners of her eyes also became wet, ready to cry. Suyi saw the situation was not good. If this made her shout, and people outside could hear it, the next thing will be troublesome. So, he teleported to Shirahoshi and covered her lips. Ooh, Shirahoshi had tears in his eyes, his mouth bulged, and looked at Suyi pitifully. I have no ill intentions, I just came to tell you that the man named Vanderdeken can no longer hurt you. Suyi lowered her voice and said to Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi looked at Suyi and didn't seem to catch what he was saying. Vanderdeken was using an ability called the Target Fruit, and I somehow made it impossible for him to use it again. Suyi went on to explain. This time, A light suddenly appeared in Shirahoshi's eyes. Pinch Su-yi with 2 fingers and place it in front of him. Quote. She wiped her tears, looked at Su-yi and asked. Advertisement. Su-yi sat down with a butt, feeling like sitting on the sofa. You can call me Su-yi. Lord Su-yi, is what you just said true? Shirahoshi asked. Su-yi nodded. It's true, you'll know it soon. That guy can't throw things at you anymore, just watch. 5. Shirahoshi nodded. I trust you, Su-yi-sama. Immediately, she poked Su-yi's face with her fingertips curiously. Sir Su-yi, are you a pirate? Su-yi nodded. Acquiescence. Suddenly, his stomach rumbling loudly. Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Sir Su-yi, are you hungry? She took Su-yi from herself and put it on the table beside her. There are foods in the Dragon Palace specially supplied to her, which are all made with the most high-end ingredients. It can be said to be one of the rare top delicacies in the world. The specialty of the Fishmen Island and the top chef of the Dragon Palace are really looking forward to it. As a member from the big foodie empire, Su-yi also has a certain obsession with food. Seeing delicious food in front of him, how could he let it go? Immediately began to feast on. Watching Su-yi eat quickly. Shirahoshi is like watching a pet he keeps, poking Su-yi's body with his fingertips from time to time. Really, can people still eat well? Although Shirahoshi is a beautiful woman, Su-yi is eating at this time, and he doesn't like being disturbed while he is eating. Oh, Shirahoshi pursed his lips suddenly, a little tsundere watching Su-yi eating. Sir Su-yi's stomach is a bottomless pit, and he ate all of my food alone. Shirahoshi complained. Su-yi was finally full, took a few sips of juice, and then lay down on the table. The food in the Dragon Palace is really good. If possible, wait for Sanji to come here in the future and let him learn a few dishes. Shirahoshi asked curiously, who is Sanji? Advertisement. Su-yi said. Sanji is my partner. He is a very good cook, in addition to Zoro, Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, Nami. He said, these are my pirate companions. We sail on the sea, and the boat is our home. We can sleep, eat, practice, and make trouble on it. 5. If you encounter an island, you can go up to buy food, and if it is an uninhabited island, you can go on an adventure. Su-yi's story made Shirahoshi deeply addicted and unable to extricate himself. The sea, ships, companions, adventures, islands, customs, and more. These were all things she had never seen before. Since being harassed by Vanderdecken, she hasn't been out of the house again. Let alone an adventure. I almost forgot what my hometown was like. Oh, I forgot, you haven't been out in years. Su-yi was talking, suddenly remembered something. For a while, I got carried away and forgot that Shirahoshi hadn't been out for a long time. However, Shirahoshi showed no grief, but smiled. It's okay, please continue, I love these stories. 99. Su-yi then continued talking. If he can chat with the most beautiful woman in the world, he will not feel bored and tired at all. Before you know it, it's night time. The food was delivered from the Dragon Palace, and Shirahoshi let people continue to make some exquisite delicacies. Since it is the request of the princess, even if it is strange, people still follow it. For the next period of time, well done, Su-yi kept talking. But if you think about it, it's really a bit of a hassle. Then go to sleep. Shirahoshi listened, occasionally laughing or showing a curious expression. I'm talking about a giant goldfish, right? That goldfish is so big that it can swallow a place the size of the Dragon Palace in one bite. The feces it excreted are so huge that a giant once landed on it as an island. After wiping away the nosebleed, Su-yi continued to lie down and sleep in a serious manner. Not to mention the sudden disappearance of Shirahoshi, what will happen to Mermaid Island? Shirahoshi was a little reluctant. Very fascinated to hear. Advertisement. Moreover, in case of any danger, he cannot escape by himself. Shirahoshi nodded. Although I really want to go out to sea with you, Master Su-yi, but my appearance will really become a burden to you. 39. Su-yi lay down on the spot and fell asleep within a few seconds. Well, it's an honor to be put here. She was like a little girl listening to a bedtime story, huddled under the quilt with an expectant expression on her face. Finally, the time to part has come. This made her a little shy, a princess who had not been out for a long time, and had not even seen many people. He really wanted to say, it doesn't matter, he will find a big boat and come to a golden house to hide her beauty. Mermaid Princess Wu. Lord Su Yi, it's time to go to bed. I just think that the princess should be growing up recently, so she may have eaten a little too much. A man suddenly appeared in his room and wanted to sleep with him. Shirahoshi pinched Su Yi carefully, put it on top of himself, and then covered the quilt and fell asleep. The next day, Su Yi woke up and felt a tenderness and warmth flooding her body. At night, Shirahoshi felt a little sleepy. And these delicate delicacies naturally fell into Su Yi's stomach in the end. Please continue talking, Shirahoshi said expectantly when Su Yi finished eating. Su Yi said, I still have my own adventures, so I can't accompany you, but you should be able to go out after a while. To sum up, Shirahoshi is really not suitable for going to sea. Shirahoshi said, his voice suddenly dropped. Are you really leaving, Lord Su Yi? Su Yi. Well, you are also a princess. A princess should look like a princess, be your princess well, and look forward to seeing you again one day. Shirahoshi could be in danger once he's been out of the ship for a long time. He opened his eyes and saw his state immediately. Chapter 162 Shock the World, Blackbeard assassinates celestial dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Above the sea, a luxurious and huge sailboat is driving slowly. Above, a celestial dragon with a face mask dressed like an astronaut is throwing a tantrum. How can it be repaired? Why can't I use my shock fruit ability? So I ate devil fruit for nothing, and I can't swim now, I'm really mad at me. As he spoke, he angrily whipped several of his human slaves with whips. It's all the untouchables' fault, you must be trying to murder me. Snapped. The whip struck several slaves, causing their backs to burst open. However, being beaten by the whip, several slaves were unaware. He was still wiping the bloodline on the floor, as if the blood didn't flow from his body. Snapped. Snapped. Celestial dragons is getting more and more powerful, and I feel that no matter how much I fight, I will be out of breath. Really? A few wooden people, you screamed a few times. At this time, the bodyguard in a suit and sunglasses beside him suddenly said, Master, there seems to be a ship ahead. Ah, what ship dares to appear in front of me and shoot me down? Celestial Dragons was in a fit of anger at this time, and immediately dropped the whip in his hand, put a few slaves aside, and ran to the bow, wanting to see which guy with short eyes dared to provoke him. I saw that on the sea in the distance, a marine warship appeared inexplicably, the flag on it was tattered, and there were some damaged marks on the hull, which looked like it had suffered a shipwreck. Marine's ship, really? I thought it was some kind of folk, and since that can't attack them. Let's go and see what good things are on that ship, and let them take us back by the way. When he met Marine's people, Celestial Dragons naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to let them protect himself, and the feeling of stepping on someone else's feet could better express his resentment. When the ships of the two sides approached, Celestial Dragons suddenly realized that something was wrong. Advertisement. There seems to be no Marine on this ship. Instead, there were several men in striped prison uniforms, who looked more ferocious than each other, just like the evil spirits who had just escaped from hell. The thief, ha 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 ha. It's really not easy. I finally found you, St. Charles Rose. You ate shock fruit, right? Blackbeard laughed proudly. At this time, his appearance was very different from the last time Suyi and Luffy met. One of his legs was missing, replaced by a wooden stick, which was tied to the broken leg so casually, walking with a limping, sturdy body swaying. By his side, there are several cloaked people and the 4 crew members on his original ship. I really didn't expect it. Fate is so impermanent. Not long ago, I was imprisoned in the deep sea prison. Now, Beej actually found what I wanted, and also gained a few partners. These cloaked people were brought out by him when he escaped from the underwater prison, and Suyi had taken their shadows away. Because there is no shadow, they can only live in cloaks all day long. Once exposed to the sun, it will immediately turn into fly ash. Boom. Celestial dragons have found something wrong. Let the warship be bombarded. And Blackbeard and the others seemed to have no idea of continuing to stay on this warship. One by one, they all jumped onto the small boats and headed towards the Celestial Dragon's ship. Take this sailboat, and it will be ours, Blackbeard cried. Immediately, a group of thugs attacked the Celestial Dragon's sailboat. After some battle, Charles Rose was trampled underfoot by Blackbeard. You untouchable, do you know the consequences of provoking me, and you kneel down for me? Street. Charles Rose was unaware of the danger, and still shouted. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, his slaves, bodyguards and others were all shot and killed by Blackbeard's people, and he was the only one left on the ship. You, what are you doing? Kill me and you will die. Saint Charles Rose cried out in despair. Advertisement. Blackbeard pulled up his collar. Hey, you're the one who ate shock fruit. 35. Charles Rose opened his eyes wide and thought of something. You came to me for shock fruit. 35. Blackbeard laughed. The thief, ha 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 ha. Yes, let me show it and let me see the power of shock fruit. However, Street. Charles Rose was in trouble. Although I ate shock fruit, and I did use the power of shock fruit once. But it was only that one time. From then on, no matter how hard he tried, exhausted all methods, is unable to activate the ability of shock fruit again. It made him think that he might have some kind of hallucination, so he entered the swimming pool and wanted to try swimming. In the end, he nearly drowned in the water in the pool. Wait, but I really turned into a landlubber, and I also tasted that unpleasant devil fruit. And they were sitting on the exclusive sailboat of celestial dragons, put on high-end clothes, ate meals made of high-end ingredients, and left swaggeringly. However, he didn't know whether it was shock fruit or not. Charles Rose Street took a bath and put on brand new clothes. He suddenly stopped crying, and punched the air with his fist again. Nani? Charles Rose Saint's eyes widened. Impossible, I definitely ate shock fruit, it's impossible. I remember I did. Nothing happened. Looking at the ship that originally belonged to me in the distance. Soon after, a phone bug appeared in front of Saint Charles Rose. I was attacked by a guy named Blackbeard, hurry up and kill him. 39. How can it be repaired? What the hell is going on? Advertisement. He called world government. After half a day, looking for the life card, he found the new Admiral Fujitora of the Marine warship, and took Charles Rose to his ship. The thief, ha 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 ha, it is really a poor person, you are deceived but you do'n't know, so, then we do'n't kill you anymore, anyway, in this grand line, SC, you will die soon. 99. After all, it is very likely that there are two fruits that look alike in this world, and they are mistaken for shock fruit. After a sound of footsteps, Charles Rose cried. Lafayette on the side said, it's no wonder, after all, shock fruit is a legendary fruit, how could it be obtained so easily, and it even appeared at the auction, I guess this fool was deceived, in fact it's not a devil fruit, it's just an ordinary fruit made into a devil fruit. 5. The desperate cry of St. Charles Rose resounded through the sea. The enthusiasm and excitement on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a trace of disappointment. Street. Charles Rose suddenly ignited hope. Come on, the phone bug on this ship is there. 2 minutes later, at Marine headquarters, new Admiral Fujitora was tasked with rescuing the celestial dragons. You startled? No, it seems that the rumor is false. Although Fujitora doesn't like celestial dragons, it should be done on the surface. And Blackbeard saw that Street. Charles Rose didn't use any ability. Woo. I'm so miserable, I was deceived by 3 billion Baileys, and I was also robbed of the boat, woohoo. Suddenly, a bloody Marine soldier crawled out of the cabin. Immediately, his revenge began. Save me. As it turns out, he's suddenly turned into a landlubber, which means he's definitely eaten some kind of devil fruit. Blackbeard and the others threw St. Charles on the abandoned warship just now, letting him die on his own. However, the more he looked like this, the more certain Blackbeard and the others had guessed in their hearts. Chapter 163 One Person and One Ship Challenge New World. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blackbeard failed to assassinate celestial dragons. The Fishmen Island. Suyi looked at the news and was a little surprised. Seeing the appearance of celestial dragons on the news, he suddenly remembered that this is the guy who forcibly fed shock fruit. This guy, shouldn't he be hiding in Mariajoy? Why is he running around? A drop of cold sweat dripped from Su Yi's forehead. If this guy dies, then his shock fruit will have to be stolen again. It's time to face Blackbeard, not a helpless celestial dragons. This Blackbeard is so daring to kill celestial dragons to grab shock fruit, but why didn't he kill celestial dragons? Su Yi was puzzled in his heart. However, he just hoped that this fool celestial dragons hurry up to hide in the Holy Land and never come out again, otherwise he still doesn't know what kind of moth will happen. Then, Su Yi looked at other parts of the news. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the New World pirates, conflict. Seeing this, Su Yi's heart moved. Fortunately, the news did not say who died in the Whitebeard pirates. Go and see. Su Yi thought about it, ready to go to the New World to find the Whitebeard pirates. Next, is the most important step, finding suitable ships and navigators. The most important thing is navigators. On the unpredictable sea of New World, the importance of navigators is beyond doubt. However, not all navigators are reliable. Su Yi really doesn't know how Hawkeye managed to enter the New World in a small boat and find the red-haired Shanks. Maybe I can try it too. Su Yi thought to himself, found some wood that could be used in the forest of the sea. Then he found the best boatman on Mermaid Island and asked him to build a boat for himself. Is this really going to happen? Can such a ship sail on the seas of the New World? 99. After listening to Su Yi's intention, the boatman immediately expressed his concern. As a boatman, he also has his own professional ethics. In the face of a young man who is likely to die, he subconsciously began to persuade him, and he couldn't bear to sink him into the bottom of the sea. Advertisement. Even the best ship has a great chance of sinking in New World, isn't it? The boatman was speechless. Su Yi was right. Every year, most of the ships that go to the New World are destroyed by the terrible weather. Therefore, no matter what kind of ship it is, the key is to look at the person who sailed the boat. Also, I'm just a person now, and I don't even have a navigator by my side. I can't control a boat that's too big. A small boat is more suitable for me. Su Yi continued. The boatman was even more speechless. He dared to go out to sea alone, which is no one else. However, there are a lot of weird people and things on the Grand Line, and he has long since seen it. If that's the case, then I'll build you a sturdy boat, to the extent that you can survive a shipwreck. For some reason, the boatman was so motivated that he was determined to build a good boat. Bang bang bang. Su Yi directly gave the boatman an iron fist of justice. Don't say such unlucky words. Boatmaker. I was wrong, sorry. 55. For the next 3 days, Su Yi continued to stay at the Fishmen Island, tasting all kinds of food here. Chat with the mermaids. Finally, his boat was built. This small boat has a huge cabin, which directly holds various supplies such as food and water. The cabin is airtight, and the wooden gaps are coated with a protective layer with special materials, so that water cannot get in at all. Then, the mast can be folded, and if it encounters strong winds and waves, it can be stowed away, so that the boat will become a temporary submarine. In good weather, the mast can be erected and the sail can be sailed. If it really doesn't work, you can also use the human rowing device in the cabin. Just shake the wooden pole, you can let the wheels outside the boat row water, which is quite convenient, and it can be used even when diving in seawater. It's pretty good, your craftsmanship. By the way, what's your name? Su Yi looked at the boat with bright eyes, and she remembered that she hadn't asked the other person's name. My name is Dan. I'm not famous, you should not know me, but you should have heard of my brother's name. His name is Tom, the man who built the legendary Golden Jackson. The other party said. Uncle Tom, I know Mr. Iceberg and Frankie of the Water Capital as his students. 99. Su Yi suddenly realized, no wonder the other party's craftsmanship is so good. It was Tom's brother. The younger brother of the world's first shipbuilder. Soga, it turns out that you know my brother. It's easy to say, but let's say it first. I can't give you a discount because you are an acquaintance, but I heard that you are a rich man. Su Yi immediately paid the other party a pile of Bailey. Anyway, the money came from the pit of celestial dragons, which was equivalent to a strong wind. He didn't feel bad about giving it. Advertisement. Then, he bought a New World dedicated record pointer. There are 3 pointers on this kind of pointer. The middle one points to the next island, and the 2 sides point to the direction of the islands on both sides respectively. Depending on how violently the needle fluctuates, you can determine whether the weather on the next island is dangerous. At this point, the 3 pointers are quite stable. Su Yi didn't know where to go, so she just chose the one on the left. Then, he set out to sea in his own boat. Good luck. Dan saw Su Yi off at the back. Left the Fishmen Island. After sailing for a while, he finally came to the sea with a small boat. Look there, a small boat has appeared. On the sea not far away, there are several marine warships. They seem to be specifically responsible for blocking the warships coming to the New World from the Fishmen Island here. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. There's only one person above, and he actually got here from the Fishmen Island in such a small boat. Wait. A colonel on the warship said, his eyes suddenly widened. Looking at Su Yi's face on the boat in disbelief. He has seen this face. He had seen it with his own eyes during the battle on the top not long ago. Demon Hunter, Su Yi. Get out of the way. Don't attack him. He immediately gave orders to his marines. Why, Colonel, the other party seems to be a pirate. 35. And there was only one small boat, it's too suspicious, maybe there is a bigger pirate ship nearby. 5. I said it all, get out of the way. Can't understand people. The colonel was almost mad. This man can't be wrong, his terrifying strength has made him still fresh in his memory. He won Marine's highest combat power by himself, a Kainu Admiral. No, it should be called a Kainu Vice Admiral now. Advertisement. With this level of existence, there is no point in fighting the opponent at all. It can only be for death, and they can't even hurt each other. This pointless sacrifice is simply not worth it. It's Marine, it's really relaxing that your ship can still stay in New World. 35. Naturally, Su Yi found Marine the first time, but the opponent didn't attack him, which greatly surprised him. But judging from the voice he heard, the other party seemed to know him. Survivors of the Summit War. Su Yi and the colonel on the boat looked at each other. There was a deep fear in the other's eyes. The pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys is no joke, we are definitely not his opponents. 35. It's so ugly, I was actually frightened by a pirate on the other side. Suddenly, a voice sounded familiar to Su Yi. Su Yi looked in the direction of the voice, and suddenly saw an old acquaintance. Colonel Smoker. No, he's already a Commodore at this point. Smoker's image is very different now than when Su Yi met him. There are more scars on the body, and the whole person has become much more capable. Demon Hunter Su Yi, it's you who sealed my ability. I already knew that you would come to New World. I've been waiting here for a long time, and today I'm going to get my ability back. Smoker suddenly jumped up from the boat and killed Su Yi on the boat. The corners of Su Yi's mouth twitched. What a surprise, your strength seems to have increased a lot. 39. He suddenly jumped into the sky, stomped on the air with both feet, and immediately used moonwalk to start running in the air. Boom. He kicked Smoker so hard that he couldn't react at all. And the kick with the armed color also kicked Smoker out. But, compared with me, you are still too tender. Fan. Chapter 164 Goodbye, Brother Ma, the status quo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Smoker was kicked to the ground by Su Yi, he never got up again. Although he has exercised for a long time after losing Logia's undead powers. And also enhance their fighting ability. But he doesn't know how to use Haki yet, and he can't be Su Yi's opponent at all. Since there is Smoker, there should be Tashigi here too. Su Yi used his own knowledge to investigate, and sure enough, he found Tashigi's location. It's just that Tashigi is still looking for his glasses at this time. Well, forget it, I won't waste time with you guys. Su Yi Yang raised the sails of the boat, the sails bulged, and the boat immediately began to ride the wind and waves. The voyage in the New World begins. While the Marines watched Su Yi leave, they could only grit their teeth, but did not dare to say another word. As a colonel, Smoker's strength is obvious to all. As a result, he was instantly killed by one kick. 113. Other people naturally dare not continue to be arrogant. As long as it is not a fool, it is clear that the man in front of him will not put them in his eyes at all. And they couldn't possibly be Su Yi's opponents at all. Seeing Su Yi disappear from their sight, immediately took out the phone bug and reported to Marine Headquarters. Report Headquarters, report Headquarters, the pirate demon hunter Su Yi with a bounty of 1 billion Bailey appeared at the entrance of New World, and he has entered New World. Ah, the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates were not found, and it seems that he is the only one. After Su Yi sailed for a while, he put the boat into the space of the door fruit. Then activate Thunder Fruit ability, start teleporting. The small boat is for others to see, he can't drift on the sea for several days in vain. Stab. A current flashed and stopped over a sea area. Advertisement. Su Yi took out the boat again. Within the range of his observation hockey he has heard some creatures. After the boat sailed for more than 10 minutes, an island finally appeared ahead. This island looks very peaceful, and there seems to be nothing unusual about it. However, in Su Yi's perception, there are a large number of extremely vigorous creatures on the island. This is an island without human habitation. Su Yi parked the boat on the shore, carried some wooden barrels from the boat, and prepared to collect some water and food here before setting off. He has Brother Ma's life card in his hand. This time he came to New World to find Brother Ma. However, the life card only points out the direction of the other party, but it is not clear how far it is. So, just to be on the safe side, Su Yi decided to go island by island. Next, Su Yi collects some supplies on the crisis-ridden island. This island is really not simple, the creatures on it are terrifyingly evil. The fighting ability of ordinary wild boars alone can withstand Su Yi's fist in human form and not die. Although, he did not use armed colors. But as an ordinary boar, the opponent was still too strong. Not to mention, there are beasts on the island that are many times bigger than this. To be on the safe side, Su Yi was cautious not to explore further. After that, he stayed by the sea, waiting for the recording needle to be filled with magnetism. Next, Su Yi continued to move towards the island pointed by the little brother's life card. 10 days later, on a certain island, Margot, who had just finished a big battle, was dressing his wounds. Really, a group of rabble dared to challenge our Whitebeard pirates, it's simply not knowing whether to live or die. 5. Every day, it's not a solution to let them continue to make trouble like this, we can't do anything. Dad's name is still very useful. When he was there, how dare these rabble to provoke our territory? Now even if we know we are still there are still pirates who keep coming to provoke us. 5. Filed Whitebeard. Advertisement. A group of pirates suddenly fell silent. Whitebeard has long been dead. And the sea that lost Whitebeard's prestige to suppress, gradually revealed his edge. Some pirates who are swaying in their positions on weekdays, or who are flattering but did not join the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, they began to compete for the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Their manpower has been dispersed, but some places are inevitably occupied by pirates. Thinking of the people who once lived freely in the Whitebeard territory, they are now living in dire straits. Margot couldn't bear it for a while. Hey, look, there's another ship coming from the sea. Margot stood up. One by one, it's not over, isn't it? It seems that they have to be ruthless, otherwise they won't have a long memory. And following him, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team. At this time, one by one after another, stood up in indignation, looking at the sea angrily, preparing to meet the coming enemy. However, when the ship got close, everyone was surprised to find that it was just a small boat. On the boat, there was a person who was familiar to Margot. Su Yi. For a time, a smile bloomed on Margot's face. The enemy that he thought would appear suddenly turned into a friend who reunited after a long absence, not to mention how happy he was. Hey, little brother, stay safe. The pirates of the first team also warmly welcomed Su Yi one by one at this time. Su Yi's boat stopped by the shore. When the people of Margot came to greet them, they were all surprised. It was this little boat that you sailed on the wild seas of the New World. Su Yi smiled and said, I came from the Fishman Island. Then you're really not bad, ha ha ha. Advertisement. Walk around and go for a drink. By the way, you have to leave someone to stand guard, otherwise what if there are pirates again? I'm really happy. I thought it was a pirate coming. By the way, Su Yi, aren't you with the Straw Hat Pirates? Why did you suddenly appear here? Su Yi sat down on a stone that served as a bench, and the table in front was full of various foods. A few plainly dressed locals came over and poured drinks for Su Yi and others. I don't drink, I just drink juice. Su Yi said. We don't have juice here, I'll go pick some fruits for you, said a woman with a kind face. He's Aya, a native here, a very nice person. Brother Ma seemed to have an unusual relationship with this woman named Aya, looking at the other party with a hint of ambiguousness in his eyes. Su Yi looked at Brother Ma with meaningful eyes, which made Brother Ma look embarrassed. These are the native products of this island, which are grown by the villagers themselves. Although they are simple, at least 4.9 can fill their stomachs. The little brother introduced, and he has already eaten. Su Yi picked up a piece of barbecue and was about to eat it, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a child who was peeping at a small wooden house not far away. At this time, the child stared straight at the barbecue in his hand, swallowing saliva from time to time. Do you want to eat? Su Yi handed the roast meat to the child. The child subconsciously wanted to pick it up, but Aya, who suddenly appeared, grabbed his arm. Sid, this is not the place you should be, go somewhere else to play. Aya looked at the child named Sid with her gentle face. Sid is thin and small, and looks like he often doesn't have enough to eat. At this time, the distance from the barbecue was only a hand away, but Aya stopped him. Suddenly cried. But, sister, I'm hungry. Su Yi looked at Brother Ma, who was also surprised, and asked, what's going on? Chapter 165 Times have changed, Margot. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The little brother is also confused. Looking at Aya in confusion. Aya had an embarrassed look on her face at this time. But he slowly revealed the truth. It turned out that shortly after Whitebeard's death, the island was invaded by pirates. They didn't dare to touch the people on the island, but they stole a lot of money and food. When Brother Ma and the others came here, their food was already running out. After Xiao Ma and others resisted several invading pirates, the people on the island took out the food they had worked so hard to accumulate and let these main fighting forces eat. The residents of the island are naturally only hungry. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Aya, little Ma suddenly felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Really, I have eaten so much of your food, why are you embarrassed? Aya said. But, you have protected us, we can't even let you eat. As she spoke, her stomach growled. Her face flushed, and she shyly covered her stomach. Su Yi smiled. Anyway, these foods are definitely not enough for us. In this case, I will go and fight a few sea kings, and let everyone eat meat and have a good time. 35. The pirates suddenly laughed. It's so bold, little brother. Then please, we will help carry it when the time comes. Aya and Sid looked at Su Yi walking towards the beach in amazement. It's okay. Let him go alone. Kaya asked worriedly. Sid widened his immature eyes and looked at Su Yi's back in confusion. Seemingly out of curiosity, how could a human fight against the Sea Kings? Don't worry, Su Yi is very strong. 35 Marco recalled the scene of Su Yi fighting in the Battle of the Top. He still has a fresh memory. Coming to the beach, Su Yi boarded his own boat and left with a bundle of ropes on his back. Soon after, he disappeared at sea level, at the end of people's sight. Su Yi closed her eyes and carefully sensed all the movements in the sea with her sense of sight. After a while, a huge figure swam under him. It's up to you. Advertisement. Su Yi suddenly raised a huge harpoon and threw it fiercely into the sea. Puff. The harpoon dived into the sea as quickly as a fish, inserted straight into the flesh and blood of a passing sea kings, and the barbs directly hooked its muscles, making it impossible to break free. Immediately, Su Yi dragged the rope and let the boat go towards the island. But the sea kings at this time did not die, and were still struggling. It was extremely smart, and it did not choose to escape, but killed Su Yi, wanting to eat the culprit who hurt it directly. Quote. Su Yi suddenly jumped up, and the moment sea kings got out of the sea, he kicked each other on the head. The kick covered in armed color directly knocked Sea Kings unconscious. Soon after, Su Yi returned to the sea. Then, he threw the harpoon on the other end of the rope to a boulder on the island. Boom! The harpoon pierced into the boulder. Su Yi rowed the boat to the shore. At this time, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team have already started to pull the rope. What kind of big guy is this, so heavy? A group of pirates were both surprised and delighted, but they didn't expect Su Yi to come back so soon. And also brought such a big guy. Come on, Sid, and you'll be eating meat to the brim in no time. 35. A pirate shouted to Sid in the distance. Sid ran over, first looking at the sea in the distance with curious and expectant eyes. Then they joined the team pulling the rope together. Although his little strength is not big, he is very happy to be able to personally participate in this kind of activity of hunting and killing sea kings. Soon, a sea kings larger than a mountain appeared on the coast. Damn it! It's so big that we can't finish it all together, right? If it is made into jerky, it will be enough for the people in the village to eat for a whole year. Ha ha ha. Eat barbecue, have a banquet, drink, dance, sing, ha ha ha. I haven't been so happy for a long time. I really miss my life at sea. Ah, in order to return to the sea again, let's attack those pirates, let our reputation spread far and wide, and let the world know that even if there is no father, the Whitebeard pirates are not easy to mess with. Advertisement. Gollum. Sid looked at the corpse of Sea Kings and swallowed. At this time, someone has already started to cut the body of Sea Kings with a huge chef's knife. Soon, pieces of barbecue were made, and the pirates began to eat meat and drink in large pieces. Beside the fire, Sid was also nibbling on a piece of fish, and saliva flowed out. Su Yi, if I'm a pirate, can I eat meat every day? Sid asked curiously. Su Yi laughed. If you are strong enough, you can get everything you want: money, power, fame, all of which can be found above the sea. 5. A seed was planted in Sid's little heart, waiting for the roots to sprout someday in the future. Pirate, I want to be a pirate when I grow up in the future. I want to be a hero who can protect the village and make a name for itself in the sea. Sid said in his tender voice. Ha 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 ha. That's a good declaration, Sid, but does your sister agree with you to go to sea? A group of pirates suddenly snorted alcohol and began to tease Sid. Sid clenched his small fists and opened his mouth to shout, I will go to sea sooner or later. At this moment, the pirates standing guard in the distance hurried over. A pirate appeared. Idiot, we are pirates ourselves. The invading pirates appeared. So, the group of people who were holding a banquet stopped. They all went to the sea. Su Yi came to the beach with a piece of barbecue in his hand. A fleet of ships appeared on the sea in the distance. For the pirates on the first big pirate ship, he shouted, Margao, join my command, I can make you the second in command in the regiment. Margao looked gloomily at the fleet at sea. Shindeli, get out of here. The face of the other party changed suddenly. I really don't know what's wrong. Margao, do you think it's still the sea where Whitebeard is suppressing a sea? Times have changed, Whitebeard is dead, and the new 4 emperors above this sea are destined to be me. Of. Call. Margao suddenly displayed the phoenix fruit and flew to the distant fleet. Put him down for me. The other party seemed to have come prepared, commanding the snipers without hesitation, and soon the artillery shot out the nets one by one. Advertisement. They are all catching nets mixed with seastone, the nemesis of those who are capable. Once caught, 113 will lose all of his strength and will no longer be able to use his abilities. The little brother was dodging and moving in the air, and was forced to retreat back to the island. Children, kill me. The pirates in the fleet rushed to the island. What should I do? Aya looked at Margao with a worried look, feeling a little overwhelmed. Marco said, prepare to meet the enemy. Let me do it. Just then, Su Yi walked to the seaside, facing the approaching fleet alone. Since he wants to be a 4 emperors guy, then I have to take care of it. I want him to know that the garbage on this sea cannot become a 4 emperors. With that, Su Yi flew into the sky with a moonwalk. Nani? Who is that? On the bow of the ship in the distance, Shindeli watched Su Yi flying to the sky with a vigilant look. But because of the distance, he couldn't see Su Yi's face at all. You can fly, You should also be able. Give me him. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. The next moment, the pirate ship he was on was suddenly cut open from the middle. Boom. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and the whole ship began to sink into the sea. The pirates screamed and jumped into the sea, panicking one by one. Puff. The second sword energy quickly landed on other pirate ships. Soon, less than half of the ships in the fleet fell silent. Shin Deli watched his hard-earned family business sink into the sea, and his heart was bleeding. Stop fighting. We surrender, he yelled. In the sky, Su Yi was unmoved. The moment you turned against Whitebeard, there was no way out. Chapter 166 Whitebeard Pirates vs. Blackbeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boo. Su Yi was in the air, constantly sending out slashes with sword energy. The pirate ships that tried to escape were sunk in the sea. A large number of pirates flutter on the sea and can only come towards the island. Without the big ship, they would never have been able to cross the sea between the islands in the Sea of the New World. Can only come to the nearest island to rest. So, their fate is obvious. All tied up by the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, Margao, I used to help Whitebeard, don't you have to do this to us? After Shin Deli was tied, he still didn't give up. Margao said. Don't take us as fools, Shin Deli. If you are really smart, you won't waste your words here, this will only arouse our disgust. He said. Regardless of Shin Deli's reaction, he directly said to the younger brother beside him. Give them to the middleman, sell all those with a bounty to Marine for the bounty, and sell those without a bounty to the black market for money. 35. The fate of a group of pirates was thus decided. They encountered pirates before, and the people of Margao let them go. The result was an endless battle. Now they are tired of the relatively gentle strategy, even the pirates who once went to the Whitebeard pirates, they still kill them. Brothers, get everything from their boat. Margao ordered the pirates to retrieve the contents of the sunken ship, and then return to continue the banquet. After that, there were no pirates for a long time. I don't know if the people who came to this island did not go back, so no one dared to come, or for other reasons. However, Brother Ma and the others did not have the slightest chance to breathe. Soon a message arrived here via the phone bug. Advertisement. Someone found the trail of Blackbeard, in the New World. Brush brush. As soon as they heard Blackbeard's whereabouts, the pirates of the first team stood up one after another, loudly clamoring to get rid of that scumbag Blackbeard. This traitor actually killed Thatch, unforgivable. Sage is such a good person, and he takes care of this guy Teach a lot on weekdays, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless to kill Sage. Not only killed Thatch, but also handed Ace to Marine. If it wasn't for him, Daddy wouldn't be. I didn't expect that a guy who seemed to be quite honest on weekdays turned out to be pretending to be stupid, and I was deceived. 99. Everyone, you don't want to let Teach go, do you? Finally, Margao stood up and said to the crowd. Everyone nodded and said that they would kill Teach. Then, our first team is here, we will rush to the front in the battle against Teach. Margao said obligingly. Then, he used the phone bug to contact the other teams. Soon I got the news that the Whitebeard pirates, all 16 teams agreed to participate in the battle against Teach. Not only them, those who used to be members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were separated later, but still belonged to Whitebeard, but who had created their own pirates, also agreed to crusade against Blackbeard. Among them, 39 big pirates, including Little Oz, are famous in New World. As for the rest of the pirate groups, because the captain died during the Summit War, the people in the pirate group either joined other pirate groups or disbanded and left. In short, although Whitebeard is dead, the cohesion of the Whitebeard pirates is unprecedentedly strong. The big family that Whitebeard had built up all his life did not fall apart because of his death, but instead radiated vitality. Target. Teach. The first team left some pirates to guard the island. Most of the people left and went to crusade Teach. Su Yi naturally followed them. 5 days later, on a desert island somewhere in the New World. Advertisement. Blackbeard Teach, and his crew of pirates are resting. Really, where did the shock fruit appear? Even if it was obtained by someone, the person who ate the fruit would at least have begun to emerge. After all, it is not an ordinary fruit. Blackbeard's self-confidence had never been so thwarted. He had planned well. Get dark fruit first, eat it and then leave the Whitebeard pirates, and then by defeating one or more famous pirates, become a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, and thus become Shichibukai. Then look for opportunities to go to Impel Down, find some powerful little brothers on the 6th floor, and enhance the strength of your pirate group. Finally, challenge Whitebeard, because Whitebeard is already old. As long as he is Whitebeard's son, the old man Whitebeard will definitely not attack him. At that time, he can take the opportunity to sneak attack to kill Whitebeard, and then obtain the opponent's shock fruit ability, nibble away Whitebeard's territory step by step and become the new 4 emperors. Finally, taking advantage of the fact that he can obtain multiple devil fruit abilities. Naturally, he wanted to claim the throne of the Supreme One, One Piece. At that time, he will rule the sea. One Piece must be a treasure that can give people great power or great wealth. As long as I get it, then I will fight against the world government, or even destroy celestial dragons. It is not impossible to replace it myself. In Blackbeard's heart, he was planning his future with ambition. However, after the first, second, and third steps of the plan were successful, starting from the 4th step, everything started to get weird. First, Impel Down was imprisoned by someone who didn't know. Although the criminals on the 6th floor were not released, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. But then he was instantly killed by the runaway Magellan and put in the prison on the 6th floor. After trying various jailbreak methods to no avail, he had to do something similar to what the Golden Lion had done, break his own leg. But the Golden Lion chopped off his own foot, and Blackbeard apparently had no knives. He could only bite his own leg off with his teeth. Although he paid the price of one leg, he finally managed to escape from prison. After that, he began to recruit younger brothers on the 6th floor. After some fierce competition, he finally gathered some great pirates. Originally thought that his plan just lost a leg and delayed for a while. Unexpectedly, when they saw the sun again. Advertisement. A criminal in the team was suddenly burned to ashes by the sun. Since then, Blackbeard has been completely stunned. What's the situation? One's own plan, one after another, goes wrong. And, now, a fatal error has occurred. The shadows of the criminals are gone. This means that they can hardly leave Impel Down. No access to the sun to live. The only solution, I am afraid, is to find Moria and kill her. But Moria ran away before Summit War started, and he doesn't know where to go now, and he doesn't have Moria's life card. Therefore, only Get Zhao can temporarily give up to grab the shadow, but continue to look for shock fruit. As a result, the news that shock fruit was put up for auction appeared. And in order to get the ability of shock fruit, he didn't even hesitate to offend celestial dragons. However, the final result was a failure. The celestial dragons may have been deceived, and the auction was not a shock fruit at all. Come to think of it, how could shock fruit appear in that kind of garbage auction? After all, it should have appeared in the new world. Really, how can things be smooth sailing? And now I just can't find Moria and shock fruit for a while. It's impossible to find them forever. Blackbeard said to himself almost comfortingly. Lousy has been holding back on Whitebeard's boat for more than 20 years, and it's not bad for a year or two. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates watched their boss mutter to himself at this moment. They are all speechless. However, just as they were resting on the surrounding sea, murderous intent was quietly approaching. All around, dozens of pirate ships have surrounded this place. Chapter 167 Ace vs Blackbeard, Part 1. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi stood on Ace's boat. Ace broke his right arm, and now he is no longer shirtless, but put on a big cloak to cover the missing right arm. And his aura did not drop, but improved a lot. It seems that the loss of the arm not only did not make him fall into a trough, but slowly reached a higher height than before. Yo, Su Yi, is Luffy okay now? Ace and Su Yi chatted, without the tension before the war at all. Ah, the captain is studying hockey with Rayleigh, and it will take 2 years to go back to sea. 35. Su Yi didn't hide it, and directly stated Luffy's plan. 2 years. This kid really can't hold back his anger, and he is willing to practice for 2 years. Ace was also taken aback. He didn't expect Luffy to make such a big decision. You know, with Luffy's character, it's good to stay in one place for a few days. Can endure it for 2 years. It can be seen that after experiencing the Summit War, this kid is really stimulated. Ace, what do you think of Blackbeard's strength? Looking at the snow-white waves broken by the bow, Suyi suddenly asked Ace. Ace fell into contemplation. His previous battle with Blackbeard, he lost to Blackbeard. To be honest, he didn't care because Suyi had already told him what Blackbeard's abilities were. However, even so, he lost to Blackbeard. This is naturally a problem with the ability to restrain. Dark fruit can absorb his flame. Another part is because of Blackbeard 117's cunning character and fierce fighting style. Advertisement. There is no need to say more to him when the person with the ability meets him, only the person who has hockey can get on it. Ace said. Suyi also fell into deep thought. In the original book, Blackbeard became the 4 emperors after 2 years. But 2 years ago, Blackbeard wasn't really that strong. In the original book, after Blackbeard got shock fruit, he also got a vicious criminal from Impel Down as his younger brother. But after being chased by Admiral Akainu, he ran away. Just imagine, if Akainu went after Redhead, Kaido, and Big Mom, would any of the 3 escape? If they run away, the pirates of New World will probably laugh out loud. A mere Marine Admiral dared to touch the tiger whiskers of the 4 emperors. Therefore, Suyi speculated that Blackbeard's strength, or the strength of Blackbeard's entire pirate group, could not beat Marine Admiral at all. Or at least there is no certainty of victory. After all, Akainu has a powerful lava fruit. Even if Blackbeard can't use it, he will definitely grab it for his subordinates. If he has that strength, not only will he not run away, but he will also kill Akainu. Suyi speculated that even if Blackbeard became the 4 emperors, his strength would still be at the bottom of the 4 emperors. After all, after the death of Whitebeard, the new 4 emperors do not necessarily need to beat the other 4 emperors. Only need to be stronger than other pirates competing for the position of the 4 emperors, and then gather the younger brother to occupy Whitebeard's territory. Destroy the marine fleet dozens of times with the shock fruit in hand, and the bounty will rise to more than 2 billion. And the combination of dark fruit and shock fruit. If ordinary pirates can't get close to his fleet at all, the ship will be destroyed. And now Blackbeard, not only has a broken leg, but also has no shock fruit by his side. His strength is actually weaker than when Ace just met. At this time, on the island where Blackbeard was. Van Cow, a sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, noticed the surrounding fleet. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. Advertisement. It's not good, Captain, we seem to be surrounded. Blackbeard hadn't realized what bad meant by the other party's mouth, but still looked optimistic. Thief, ha 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 ha. What? Marine is still a pirate. No one knows that we are here, and it's still where we went before. Do people on this island recognize us? No, it's the Whitebeard pirates. 35. Van Cow's face became very pale, and his fingers even trembled. In the distance, breaking through the fog, a pirate ship with the temperament of the famous New World pirate group appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, the distance between each of these pirate groups was the same, and the island was surrounded by a group of pirates, surrounded by the middle. Among them are the marine warships captured by the 16th Division such as Xiaoma and used as their own pirate group. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates are here. The last time I was hunted down by the Whitebeard pirates, only Ace was alone. This time, they did not expect to dispatch such a large scale. Nani. Cold sweat broke out on Blackbeard's face. The thief, ha 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 ha. Ace, it's really God's help. You guys hurry up and catch him. As long as we have a hostage, we can escape safely. Thief, ha 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 ha. Thief, ha 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 ha. After a pause, he stared at Blackbeard. I have nothing more to say to you. Teach, if you have any guts, just go head to head with me, and stop playing those little abacuses. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates showed sinister smiles at this time, and walked towards Ace step by step. Before landing, the figure of Ace appeared. Therefore, at this moment, there is no second person who is more aware of his desperate situation than him. Understand? 99. Call. 30,000 people. Ace's face was expressionless, but what he said was a bit of cold air. In fact, without the need for the Summit War record. Nani. Advertisement. Blackbeard sat on the ground in complete despair. Why are there so many members of the Whitebeard pirates? After that old Whitebeard died, shouldn't they have disbanded? Blackbeard laughed smugly. He was really dozed off and sent his pillow. It seems that the fortune is still on his side. It's lucky that we survived. Ace, this idiot, even if he loses to himself once, he will not learn a lesson, and he will come to die. He himself understands more about the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew over from a certain pirate ship. Listen, don't attack you guys later. I'll go and ask them for mercy. Maybe they'll be able to spare our lives after getting along for more than 10 years. 35. Before he could finish his words, Ace yelled, "You really are a piece of trash. After getting along for so long, you don't know what a partner is. I'm afraid the guys around you who you call a partner are just in your eyes. A bunch of tools. It's not good, it's not good, it's not good, it's really bad." 35. The expressions of Blackbeard and the others changed again. You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are ruthless characters who dare to compete with Marine headquarters. Although there is no Whitebeard, the Light Beige is killed by several captains. No, or Margot alone is enough for him to have a headache. But looking at the current situation, not only Margot, but also the 16th Division, there are dozens of pirate groups including Little Oz. At this point, he changed his words. However, I have a reason to kill you. Sachi is my best friend, and he is not bad for you. If you want devil fruit, ask him for it. Shouldn't he refuse? Learn. Blackbeard snorted coldly and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What do you know? In the face of devil fruit, especially dark fruit, no one can resist the temptation. Teach, it's time for a conclusion between us. Ace returned to his human form and looked at Blackbeard coldly. Landed on the island, Ace faced the entire Blackbeard pirates alone. Ace narrowed his eyes. We already know what kind of insidious villain you are. I won't shirk the responsibility of being caught by you and killing my father. It's my fault. I underestimate the enemy. I'm self-willed. I recognize all these. At this time, Ace, the whole person is in the shape of bright yellow flames. The original broken arm was also made with flames, and there is no trace of strangeness at all. Teach, I've already told others that if I lose, even if I die here, they won't come to save me, so just die. Not to mention let him run away. Even if these people stand still and let him kill, he can be exhausted half to death. Blackbeard wiped his cold sweat and came up with a solution. Advertisement. Chapter 168 Ace vs Blackbeard, Part 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blackbeard's face was filled with beads of sweat, one by one. Now that the Whitebeard pirates are approaching, it is best to quickly find a weak point to break through. If he spends time with Ace here, he might end up being surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates, completely losing the chance to get out alive. And those of his subordinates, I am afraid that seeing that he has no hope of surviving, the Blackbeard pirates will be disbanded on the spot, one by one fleeing for their lives, leaving him alone. The word benevolence and righteousness does not exist in his pirate group alone. Everything is just profit. Blackbeard suddenly thought of something and looked at Ace. If I win, will you let me go? Ace said blankly, no. Nani. Blackbeard was shocked. Then why should I fight you one-on-one? What's in it for me? Ace looked at Blackbeard coldly, and seemed to be completely disappointed with him. A person like you is actually willing to follow you. Do you know that there is a thing in this world called backbone? Blackbeard snorted disdainfully. Backbone. Dignity. It's nothing compared to life. I only know that when I die, there is nothing left, so I will definitely survive. You guys, put it on me and tie him up. I don't believe that Margot and the others will really die. Saying that, he pointed to Ace and shouted to the others. Da da da. A group of people immediately killed Ace. Dollar dollar dollar. Ace turned into a bright yellow flame. Looks like I have to get rid of the guy who is in the way. He suddenly rose into the sky, and everyone stopped in surprise. Van Cow shot Ace with a sniper rifle, but the bullet melted not far from Ace's side. After Summit War, I thought for a long time about where I was missing. In fact, I have long felt that my strength has encountered a bottleneck, and I haven't improved for a long time. But after seeing Luffy's second and third gears, it dawned on me. Ace stopped rising. At this time, he was standing at an altitude of several dozen meters, and Blackbeard and the others couldn't even touch him. Let you see the temperature of the surface of the sun. Advertisement. 6,000 degrees, meteor shower. But seeing Ace suddenly spread his arms, from the body that had completely turned into flames, fist-sized, yellow balls of light kept flying out. If you look closely, you will find that the air around the ball of light has been distorted by the high temperature. Shish. The balls of light quickly hit the Blackbeard pirates on the ground, and Blackbeard immediately activated the ability of Dark Fruit, creating a darkness to block him and others. Thief Naive Ace, devil fruit is useless to me. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates were also a little speechless. What a persistent guy. Do you want to use the devil fruit ability to defeat the captain? Is this a child's thinking? Wayhaha. Can this fruit be given to me, Captain? With Logia's ability, I can fly out with you when I break through. Oh, it's a good idea. Maybe it's really possible. Looking at the speed of Ace's flight, we should be saved. Shish. The people who were discussing did not notice that the balls of light that had not been absorbed by Blackbeard fell on the ground around them, and it had already taken effect at this time. As soon as the ball of light touched the ground, it immediately fused the soil and rock, and the trees burned. In just a dozen or so breaths, all around them had turned into a hell-like sea of fire. Except where they were standing, the earth had turned into a hot lava. There are even some things that vaporize directly after touching that kind of light ball. Not only the magma, but a large number of vaporized particles appeared in the air, and everything around it became gray. It's not good, Captain, we seem to be fooled. Finally, someone discovered that something was wrong. At this moment, the island had become a magma hell, and their foothold was already in jeopardy. Boom. A ball of fire suddenly flew to the pirate ship of the Blackbeard pirates in the distance, burning it directly. Our ship. Badgers roared, but the strange raft-like ship had turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. What a horrible temperature. Van Cow wiped the sweat off his body. I'm afraid we don't need to hit us. We'll be killed by the heat, and the oxygen in the surrounding air will be depleted. I'm out of breath. Poison Q was originally very weak, but at this moment, he lay directly on the ground, and his breathing almost stopped. Advertisement. What are you afraid of? Isn't it lava? Look at me. Blackbeard was unmoved. Darkness. A large area of darkness enveloped the surrounding area. The balls of light that were shot down were immediately swallowed by the darkness, and Ace stopped attacking. And the magma on the ground was swallowed by the darkness. When the dark acupoint disappeared, there was a large depression on the ground. The piece where only Blackbeard et al. Stood became a raised hill. Swoosh. However, soon, seawater rushed in, and the original island disappeared instantly, turning into a small area where only Blackbeard and others stood. Nani. This is what Blackbeard didn't expect. In the sky, Ace said. Teach, you're dead. Do you still think Dark Fruit is more important than your companions? In the face of Ace's torture, Blackbeard only cared about how to escape next, and he shouted to the people around him. Hey, think of a way, I'm a landlubber. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot. How can it be repaired? It's really careless to know that the dark acupuncture point is released from the beginning. With a panicked look, he suddenly stretched out his hand to Ace in the sky, with a sinister sneer on his face. This sudden change caught the people around him by surprise. Darkwater. Get me down, Ace. This last piece of land instantly turned into magma and melted away. What? Ace continued to rise, staring coldly at Blackbeard. In place, a fiery ball of fire rose. And a small island originally located on the sea also completely disappeared at this time. He suddenly stopped, and a huge amount of flames erupted from his body. Roar. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Only in the corners are there some red-yellow flames burning. Then, the fire dragon slammed into the bottom of the last trace of land where Blackbeard and the others stood. The fire dragon brazenly killed Blackbeard and others below. Gollum. However, before Blackbeard was happy, Ace took the initiative to send it to the door, but the fire dragon drilled directly into the sea water. At this time, Blackbeard suddenly released a large amount of darkness, trying to absorb the fire dragon. At the location of the island, a large vacuum appeared in the sea water, exposing the ground below. I saw Blackbeard's right hand turn black, and a strong suction pulled towards Ace. 10,000 degrees, Fire Dragon Hero. 99. Puff. At this time, the ground has melted into a sea of magma and fire. And the flame that lost Ace's control collapsed in an instant and dissolved into pure flame. In the middle area, it is a pitch black darkness. Blackbeard was sweating wildly on his forehead. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates, who had approached this place in the distance, suddenly saw a sun appear in the sea. The seawater that originally restrained those who had the ability had evaporated into a mist before touching the fire dragon's body at this moment. The fire dragon swam through the sea water, forming a vacuum channel directly. A group of people suddenly fell to the big mouth of the fire dragon, and everyone screamed in despair. The fireball lasted for a while, and finally dissipated. The flames covered almost half of the sky, and the color changed from red to yellow to white. It's useless. Even the gravity of a black hole has a critical point. As long as you leave this range, you can't attract even a speck of dust. 99. It's getting bigger and bigger. It's like the sun rising out of the sea. That is the body of Ace. All the flames suddenly condensed into the shape of a dragon, circling in the air. From the lower abdomen of the fire dragon, a shining star suddenly flew out, rushing into the sky quickly. Boom. Chapter 169 Ace vs Blackbeard, Part 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the end, what happened? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The sea is gone. Is this what Ace did? 55. In just 1 month, it has grown to this point. Swoosh. Around the vacuum area, the seawater wall that seemed to have solidified suddenly collapsed and poured into the vacuum area after losing the baking of the flame. On the ground in the center, Blackbeard, who was shrouded in darkness, was submerged by the surrounding sea water before he could react. Although dark fruit can absorb almost all substances, only seastone and seawater cannot be absorbed. At this moment, the almost invincible darkness collapsed immediately, and all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, sheltered by the darkness, entered the sea. This is not over yet. The surrounding seawater has been burned to 100 degrees by the fireball, and with the magma on the ground, the seawater at this moment is not only scalding boiling water, but also becomes a turbid, and it is impossible to distinguish the east, west, north and west. Not long after, Rain's Shiryu surfaced with the drowning Blackbeard in his hand. Next to them, several other people also surfaced one after another with 117, and one of them was carrying another capable person, Katrine. At this time, the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet had surrounded this place, forming a solid wall like a copper wall. All the fleets were lined up, making it almost impossible to escape. Cut. Blackbeard got it for you. Shiryu of Rain suddenly threw the Blackbeard in his hand to the pirate ship, took a deep breath and dived into the sea water, enduring the high temperature that almost cooked his skin and started snorkeling. When the other people saw this, they all dived into the sea again and fled in all directions. Katrine was also thrown on the pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, the Blackbeard Pirates disbanded on the spot, and all members started their escape career. Give him a sea stone, don't let him run away, and the others will hunt down those who run away. Margao directed the work in an orderly manner. Advertisement. He is capable and cannot enter the sea, but it does not mean that the Whitebeard Pirates will not have people with poor water. Some of the best players suddenly jumped into the water with a strange cry. The shark man Namur of the 8th Division also jumped into the sea with a few Murloc companions he brought from the Fishmen Island. With that Mur there, it shouldn't be a problem. The Murlocs are strong in the sea. Su Yi walked over slowly at this time and said to Margao. He originally thought he had a chance to make a move, but he didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. And, what surprised him most was that Ace did it all by himself. Ace came over at this time and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Margao smiled and said to him, unexpectedly, Ace, you are not the straight person you used to be. The iceberg-like expression on Ace's face at the moment finally disappeared, and a smile appeared. Blackbeard's ability is to absorb all the fruits, so the battle with him must not be in direct conflict with him. I still understand this. At this time, Blackbeard and Catherine, who were chained by seastone handcuffs, were brought up. The two knelt on the ground, coughed violently, and spat out hot sea water from their mouths. Teach, you don't need to say anything. We won't let you go no matter how much you pled. Margot stood up. At this moment, all the captains also gathered around and looked at Blackbeard coldly. Blackbeard was extremely uncomfortable from being scalded by sea water, and the side effects of dark fruit appeared at this time, and the pain was multiplied several times. He did not faint on the spot as a manifestation of strong willpower. After a long time, he stopped rolling. Looking at Margot, he said, "We are family. Get around me, please." He suddenly hit his forehead on the ground. "I have joined since I was a child." He was preparing a tirade, sympathetic. Catherine next to him sneered disdainfully, "Blackbeard, don't show the appearance of a bereaved dog at this time. Do you think they will bypass you? It's stupid." 35. Blackbeard looked up and saw that the captains were looking at him with expressionless faces. He recognized it. It was the expression of the Whitebeard pirates when they faced a real enemy. At this moment, despair enveloped him. Advertisement. He knew that it was too late to say anything, everything was over. Throw him into the sea. Didn't he kill Thatch for dark fruit, then let his favorite devil fruit end his life? Joe's on the side suggested. It's too cheap to throw him into the sea, and maybe he will be rescued by his people. I remember that there is a giant pirate on the 6th floor of Impel Down. If he also joins the Blackbeard pirates, maybe he will be saved. Hide in the sea near here. Su Yi said suddenly. The heart that Blackbeard had raised suddenly sank. Looking at Su Yi with resentment. Yes, San Juan also joined his pirate group. But because the shadow was taken away, I could only stay in the sea. Occasionally, when I came out to breathe, I could only use the pirate ship in the shape of a huge raft as a hat to block the sun. If he was thrown into the sea, he might actually be saved. But the appearance of Su Yi blocked his last escape route. The people of Margao looked at Su Yi in surprise, not expecting him to be so thoughtful. Then hack him directly, confirm that he is dead, and then throw it into the sea to feed the fish. 35 Foil Beasta pulled out his double knives and gestured back and forth in front of Blackbeard, as if ready to end his life at any time. That's too cheap for him. Margao, who had always been gentle, also became cruel at this time. To treat this kind of traitor, you can't bypass him so easily. What then? Everyone started to feel troubled. Su Yi suddenly said, "I have a way to seal his devil fruit ability." Everyone looked at him in unison. Su Yi walked up to Blackbeard at this time and touched his arm with his hand. Then, in disgust, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. This way, he won't be able to use his ability. Everyone looked at Su Yi with an idiot look. That expression seems to say, "Do you think we are fools?" Advertisement. However, Katrine, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly thought of something and stared at Su Yi. "You're the one who entered Impel Down that day." She remembered that night, she entered a strange space, where Moria took her shadow, but when she escaped from the Impel Down, she realized that not only the shadow, but also her own abilities could not be used. At first she thought it was a side effect of being taken from her shadow. But when I heard about the deeds of Demon Hunter Su Yi, I immediately understood. The disappearance of his own ability is probably related to this man. Although I don't know what is the relationship between him and Moria, but it must be more than Moria that night. Su Yi must also be in Impel Down. Oh, Katrine, the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit ability person, your ability was also sealed by me. Su Yi seemed to have just discovered Katrine's existence. Only then did the others react. This woman is also a capable person, but she has never shown any ability. You can actually seal other people's abilities. How did you do that? I remember that what you ate seemed to be the devil fruit, the phantom beast. 35. Margao looked at Su Yi suspiciously and said incredulously. Su Yi smiled and said, "This ability to seal other people's devil fruit is not given by devil fruit." At this time, Blackbeard stared at Su Yi and said, "How is it possible? Even Dark Fruit can only use his abilities when he encounters him. How could you possibly do the same thing? Quote. Su Yi added in a timely manner. And I am not temporarily 4.9, but the ability to permanently seal others. Hearing the word permanent, those with abilities such as Margot and Ace felt a little cold for some reason. It's better than this, said Ace, who had slowed down by this time, throwing Blackbeard back into Impel Down, and let him experience that hellish prison. 55. Blackbeard was directly locked up to the 6th floor, and did not experience the hell of the first 5 floors. Now let him experience it. It is undoubtedly much more effective than any torture method in this world. Then what if he runs out again? Someone asked. However, Blackbeard has already escaped once. I'm not sure I'll be jailbroken a second time. No, he can't use Dark Fruit's ability now. Even if he bites off his leg or arm, he can't run away, and even if he runs out, he can't do anything. He's just a landlubber with a broken leg. Su Yi said aside. Then at least cut off his hands and feet. I see what kind of storm he can make. Foil Bister showed a kind smile, pulled out his own knives, and walked towards Blackbeard step by step. Chapter 170 Blackbeard becomes Celestial Dragon's slave. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. By the way, it's likely that he won't be in Impel Down for long. Su Yi suddenly thought of something. The crowd looked suspiciously again. Even Blackbeard, who had fallen into despair, looked at Su Yi subconsciously. Su Yi smiled and said, Did you forget that he assassinated celestial dragons, that celestial dragons is still alive? What would he do if he knew that Blackbeard was arrested? Everyone looked at each other and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This Su Yi is too cruel. Attacking celestial dragons and getting caught by celestial dragons is definitely no better than staying in Impel Down and experiencing hell. He would be put on seastone handcuffs and foot cuffs, lying on the ground as a slave to the celestial dragons. Tortured, branded as a slave. Will also be brought to the public by celestial dragons to show the world how lowly and filthy Blackbeard is, and this is what offends celestial dragons, as an example. Everyone couldn't help but think about it. First cut off his hands and feet. Foil Beasta shot quickly, severing Blackbeard's only remaining hand, 14, and then severing his hands. What? Blackbeard suddenly started rolling on the ground in pain. So it was decided to give him to Marine. Margot was very satisfied with Su Yi's suggestion, and the others had no objection. Soon after, the Whitebeard pirates broke up. They each returned to their respective territories and went to suppress the pirates who invaded the territories. Brother Pony and Ace personally delivered it to Marine, although of course the two of them concealed their identities. They didn't leave until they saw Blackbeard being carried away in seastone chains. What are you going to do next, Ace? Advertisement. Margot looked at Ace and said. Ace pointed to the tattoo on the back with one arm. I will inherit Whitebeard's will, spread his name over this sea, and make those who slander him, ridicule him, and hate him disappear. 35. Margot was a little surprised. Didn't you keep shouting that you want to be the Pirate King? Ace showed a relieved smile. He raised his head and looked at the sky. When I was little, when I learned that Roger who gave birth to me was the Pirate Queen, I learned everything about him everywhere. The world spurned him, hated him, and even I was implicated. So, at that time, I just wanted to be the strongest person in the world, to knock down those rude guys, and to prove to everyone that I'm no worse than Roger. But now, after Daddy's death, the world is just like rejecting Roger, insulting Daddy, and rejecting Daddy. How similar is this? So, I sometimes wonder, what kind of person is Roger? At the same time, I also realize that being the Pirate King or something is just a matter of childhood spirit, and that's not what I really desire. Ace is silent. From birth, he lost his father and mother. Adopted by Garp and fostered in the home of the bandit Dayton. What he desires most is the approval of others and his family. I don't know how Dayton is doing now. I really miss her. Ace suddenly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. He suddenly lowered his head and covered his tears with his hat. Fortunately, I didn't die at the time. Otherwise Dan would have been so sad when he saw my news in the newspaper. That kid Luffy probably wouldn't feel well, but I posted it at the time. I swear, I won't die. Margot patted Ace on the shoulder. Go see them, aren't they your family too? You've always told us about Luffy, Dayton, Garp, Makino, and Sabo. Ace nodded. Boy, Sabo, how are you doing in heaven? Da da da. Advertisement. Su Yi suddenly came over. A piece of grilled meat in hand. Sabo. Sabo isn't dead. Nani. Ace's eyes suddenly bulged, his chin hit the ground, and his snot came out. Where did you know that? Su Yi ate the last bit of meat on the bone stick, sucked his finger and said, Ivankov told me that they rescued a boy who was seriously injured after being attacked by celestial dragons in Goya Kingdom more than 10 years ago. This teenager has short blonde hair, wears a top hat, and likes to use discarded water pipes as a weapon, and he is missing a tooth in his mouth. When Su Yi made up nonsense, it was not ambiguous at all. He opened and closed his mouth to fabricate something that didn't exist. But the fact that Sabo is still alive is true. After hearing Su Yi's description, Ace was immediately excited, but immediately realized something was wrong. Then why doesn't he come to me and Luffy? Su Yi said. I heard from the GM army that Sabo's head was hit by shrapnel, and he lost his memory after waking up, probably forgot about you and the captain. Ace suddenly jumped up. The whole person is like a child. Great, I'll go find him now. Dan should be happy when he finds out. Hee hee. Bring him to Dan and give her a surprise, ha ha ha. 35. Margao looked at him speechlessly. Wait, Ace, do you know where he is now? And he has forgotten about you, will he be suspicious if he goes there rashly? 5. Ace patted Su Yi's shoulder carelessly, Su Yi must know. Su Yi pouted, but still took out a life card. This is Ivankov's life card, it should be possible to find him, that is. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Ace was already impatient, and ran to the second team's boat. I'll leave for a while, you continue to follow Margao and the others to watch the site, wait for me to come back. What Su Yi wanted to say was that Ivankov should be staying in the Shemale Kingdom at this time, which is a terrifying hell filled with Shemales. But seeing Ace's innocent expression, he swallowed all these words. Then, let's go. 99. Saying goodbye to Margao, Ace and Su Yi went to sea in Su Yi's boat. Advertisement. By the way, is your boat really okay? After Ace boarded Su Yi's boat, he immediately raised his suspicions. I don't know either, Su Yi shrugged. Nani, you don't know either, so what should we do? Let's take one step at a time. Su Yi buttoned his booger and looked indifferent. Ace was speechless, Su Yi's appearance reminded him of his younger brother. The two sailed all the way, encountered many dangers along the way. But neither of them were good friends, so there was no big accident. Finally, the two of them returned to the Grand Line through the Fishmen Island. Then continue to Kamabaka Kingdom. In the Sabayati Islands, when the two got off the boat and replenished their supplies, they saw the Ace's bounty posted. One Piece Roger's son, Gal D. Ace, has a bounty of 1.5 billion Bailey. Marine is really noisy to give such a high bounty. 35. Ace looked helplessly at the amount of his bounty. Obviously, his current strength is still less than 1.5 billion. But just like Robin at the time, he was offered a reward of tens of millions at a young age. He was offered a reward of 1.5 billion because of his special status. Presumably Roger's enemies should also be looking for Ace at this time. So, you shouldn't wander around and live under your cloak from now on, Su Yi said. At this point he and Ace are both covert, so both are wearing capes. Really, one day I'm going to step out into the sun with integrity and make Marine dare not come and catch me. Ace spat in annoyance and left with a package full of supplies. Su Yi also glanced at Ace's wanted notice, which read, life or death.